Good morning, guys. Bitch. Alright. Cool. How's everyone doing? Ding ding. Sentiment survey out at 10 a.m. Yeah, I know. It's the preliminary one, though. Funny. What's on SPY overnight? Copying yesterday overnight? It doesn't look great so far. You prescribe to Dow theory? No. Borrowing does seem to be decreasing for GME, albeit slowly. And technically it should pick back up again next week. But yeah, it's bar rate's down a little bit. Say Bobby is inversing GME, but GME is basically trading flat right now. Most of this price improvement was right here in the pre-market, and this is basically unimportant. You see another massive short. I don't know if they can. I'd love to see one, but I don't know if they can. And VIX calls are expensive. Yeah. Yeah, they are. But sounds on. You have the stream muted? See revving up. Rev moving up before OPEX on the 19th. Yeah, it could. I mean, that's when, like, a larger part of its FTDs start coming in. What do you make of the available shares massively increasing on Rev yesterday? That's expected. I mean, massively increasing. I mean, everything's massive when the total is 0. Coach Audius, no worries. Fishing boat, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. Welcome aboard. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott.
Gee, don't see us going down? I do, I just don't think we're gonna go down that hard. Like, right now, the gamma flip points at like 36, so like, unless the call chain changes drastically, like 36, 35 today. It was 34, 30, high 33, low 34 yesterday. Fidelity broke this AM? Huh. AMC finally getting rugged. When's the split over there? Do anybody know what day it happens on? Plans on shifting some savings into GME to work covered calls. Only major downside would be another Fregs day. How would a Fregs day hurt covered calls? Phones. Someone knocked over the priceless towel display at BBBQ HQ. I heard they're considering shutting down operations. Everyone sell fast. 22nd of August, I believe. Wait, what is AMC? Oh, 22nd of August? That's got to be priced into the options already, right? It's not a split per se. It's just a cash grab share dilution performed without the approval of shareholders. But if shareholders sell those shares, then they're agreeing to the dilution, right? It's quite crafty. Shady as fuck, but quite crafty. The options price can swing pretty rapidly. I have Jan 2023 calls. I watch them swing 50% a day. Usually down, then back to cost or so. What's this for? For Bobby? This should be GME, right? Go. GME here. I'll be here. I didn't have it yesterday. That's list. That works. Mic volume is not low. I'll bring the mic up closer. Well, if we wanted shorting, we're getting it today. A little bit. Why is Tesla not following the market? And it's more likely following like NASDAQ, which dropped harder. It was kind of low. So turn your volume up. What's up, mass spectrometer? Nothing super great about today, but the markets are open, and that's enough for me. I'm okay with it too. It's been low on mic volume. When a commercial comes on, I go deaf. Man, I have everything maxed out. Like I can't turn up mic volume anymore. I know there's been like weird audio issues at the beginning of the stream. Market's doing a big rally. Discord, you sound good. On YouTube, very low for some reason. Huh. Now, let me... Does that help? No. Maybe that. That should help a little bit. Yeah. Okay. I like turned the gain up in OBS. Too loud now. Fuck off. What do you think the spy will do today? Not a lot. HSDT just finished an offering, 75 cents per share. Current price is 56 cents. Warrants have exercise of 75. 3 million float. Am I dumb but thinking it should 50% easily? What am I missing? Why would it 50% easily? Because it's trading below where they sold shares at? They're still bearish for SLD. I mean, yeah. SLD's only gone up like twice out of the last 15 SLDs. So I feel like a bearish approach at least is a good idea. Can Ko-Fi you an equal amount for membership and make me a member? I'm having trouble purchasing from YouTube. No. I don't have that set up. So I cannot do it that way. Sorry. Because the linking of Discord and YouTube is like automatic. If we were to choose between near the money or $35 calls Jan 2023 on Rev, which is more enticing? I like the, I mean, I like the 35s. I don't really have any near the money calls for Jan uh in 2023. Oh, I do, but I just bought these to test if they were like position close only. That's on Bobby Gap Fill at 812. Yeah, it's possible. I think I think 812's down towards the low end of where it could end up though. It could fall lower than that as well. There's resistance is at like 780, I think. Yep, still bullish on Rev. Haven't sold it. Fridays do tend to become flattish days for indices. If rip in the morning usually balance downwards towards the end, vice versa. Yeah. Fridays generally aren't very interesting because it's all just repositioning, right? So, longs take profit, shorts takes profit. Does SLD just start on Monday? No, Wednesday. Well, deposits start on Wednesday. Can you add a separate bolometer to each chart? Dear God. Alphabet is a hedge fund and you're their top broker. Interesting. Rev options close only. Specific strikes are like the $8 strike. How much more rev are you gonna buy if it hits 5? Shares options. Shares I'm gonna probably double down at 5. Options, it'll depend on if IV price is down or not. Should I drop 20K on in the money rev calls next week? And why is the answer yes? Because you've decided to do that? I'm a bit worried about some RDBX. I bought some RDBX a couple days ago, and now the stock has been delisted. What will happen to my shares? You should receive shares of the new company that bought them out. I don't know who it was, but I know they got bought out. Did you see BBY's borrow rate jumped to 21%? Yeah, I did see that. I'm a fan of the subtle color differences. Looks soft. It is soft. I have like 3 of this shirt. I bought one and then I went back and bought like 2 more because it's so soft. It's Pima cotton, Carl. It's like wearing nothing. It's very supple. No, not Puma cotton. Pima. You have low T. You seen that Wall Street Bets post where they closed their SPXS contracts for 5K profit, only for Fidelity to reverse the trade and debit that amount from their account 4 hours later at end of day. Interesting. There's probably a reason for that that's not being shared in the post. Fidelity showing 91K shares available to borrow. First time they had shares shown in a long time. For on GME? You think there's a decent chance Bobby stays above 10 before squeeze? I mean, they're going to try to get it back under 10. It's a pretty important line for them. Rev IV is slowly coming back down. How low do you think a realistic target on the 123.35 Cs by early to mid next week? I'd really like to get them below 0.6. So sub 60 cents would be ideal. I don't understand how you don't only wear hoodies or sweaters inside your apartment. It's summer, man. Full bear is SPY goes to 400 today? That'd be fucking nuts. Jesus Christ, Carl, relax. Yeah, they have a delisting hearing on the 13th. Which has the potential to squeeze harder, Rev or Bobby? Well, if all squeezes start with FTDs and liquidity is the driving force, then Rev is lower liquidity with a higher rate of FTD generation. Bobby's very liquid. Like, I think Bobby has a lot of potential to run. They smashed the FOMO pretty hard this week, which hurt. But that can build back up again, especially if options pricing drops. back into that like 100% range again. Yeah. So Bobby has a lot more interest, which helps. Revlon has a lot more potential. If Revlon had the same interest Bobby does, it'd be squeezing already. What's on the NVTA chart? Didn't that already run? I mean, they'll probably do a share offering. I don't think they push Rev under 650. I feel like it's almost a clear buy at that price. And it's going to have to be a huge short that will only compound FTDs and no ETFs. It's going to be hard to drive it down to 5. I know that, but I think they'll try. Is there a chance Revlon just collapses and doesn't recover? Absolutely. $91K on GME. Oh, shares to borrow? Yeah. Thank you. They both, Jimmy and Bobby, both still have really, really high utilization. So, like these runs, like this going on right now, these like low volume, kind of accelerated upward price movement. I kind of expect a lot of this as they try to shed off some of that internalization from the last week or so. Is there any way to predict VIX, or can it just jump out of nowhere? I mean, yeah, it can kind of just jump out of nowhere. It's very unpredictable. It's Friday. When's a good time to initiate the basic CC strategy for that sweet, sweet compounding yield? It's up to you. This morning could have been a really good opportunity with, the slowly dying volume that came in on that little bump. What will happen to QS to bail Revlon before losing everything? Probably not a lot. And if it gets delisted, it'll go to OTC, and then what happens there is anyone's best guess. Shorts know the position they're in with Rev. This essentially flat action is already compounding obligations. I don't think they will compound them even more for a big short down to 5. I mean, you'd be surprised. Whatever they can do to get longs out, right? That's the goal, is to create as much liquidity. So it's you extend the period of time as much as you feasibly can, and try to grind out as much liquidity during that period of time as you can. So when you do run it, it presents less risk. At what point do you think people should consider taking a massive L on SPY put positions? I don't know. How big's your loss on it? And if you hedged the upside the last like 2 days, you should have made back most of the money you would have lost on it in the first place. while still holding open put positions. Happy Friday, everyone. Oh, yeah, well, I hope you all enjoy a nice weekend. Take some time to do something nice for yourself. You deserve it. I hope you all end the trading week on a positive note. I'll be traveling today, so I won't be glued to the stream like I'd prefer. Thanks for a great week. Thank you, Atwell. I appreciate it, man. Have a good one and safe. Bon chance. Bon chance? I don't know. I'm not French. Whatever they can do to get longs out, including PCOing random strikes. Yeah. How's that not crime? Because they're allowed to do it. Be thankful for your low T. My T used to be too high, and I started growing hair on my eyeballs. I'd take low T any day of the week. Noted, Ryan. You also what they did to Bobby, right? We thought 12-10 was the absolute bottom at one point. Nope. Well, that's the thing is if it stays listed, that could cause a surge of buying, right? I don't think they'll get delisted, but that's completely unpredictable, right? What's interesting about the delisting hearing and them moving forward with the hearing is I think they're confident that they're going to pull back their Chapter 11 status before that hearing. First, you took his dignity about low T, then Tesla took his money. Now he's back with a vengeance. Join us this fall for the return of the bear, featuring Carl, only in theaters. Nice, Girk's not so hot neighbor. If you open a pizza joint, would you call it Testosteronies? Which Dan would manage the business for you? Daniel Taylor, because he's very good at Shilling. Was there a way you determined how much delta you were hedging? Like, is there a target? I mean, the first time I just hedged at neutral. The second time I hedged at neutral, and then I just put all my profits from the previous day in also. High price for GME today? I'm not sure we haven't already seen it. I'm a bull. Cool. Thanks for sharing. But even at the risk of compounding obligations, yes. I realize the problem. You're explaining my own thesis to me, BMG. You just sent that Ko-Fi to a dude who'll be studying stock charts all weekend and answering DMs while eating rich man wieners and ice cream bars. No, I'm out of rich man wieners. Oh, look. It's dead. Jesus. It's like a fucking bear trap or what? Yes. How soon would you expect us to start seeing the effects of Bobby closing above $10? Does holding it for consecutive days help? Yes. Also, it moving up. Like, so the $10 are in the money. Awesome, right? They're they need to be hedged, but it needs to go up, right? It needs to keep going up so that they get hedged more. You see what I sent to your Discord last night? No. Did you send me things? Oh, yeah, I did see that. Ridiculous. I think we'll get a better entry point into Rev. Possibly. The 35s are at 80. I mean, it's not bad. There's a part of me that wants to buy a couple more. Hmm. No, I'll just be patient. They're trying to trade as little volume as possible in order to not create more FTDs, right? How much money is enough for you to retire? That's not a that doesn't exist. Like there's an amount of money at which I wouldn't do this anymore because I'd be too busy managing my money. But there's no retirement number. The most? Whatever the most is. SHLDQ share price. So you're gonna just buy it and wait for their liquidation? You know, you could still end up receiving nothing, right? I know, I'm saying they won't do what you're saying they do because of the thesis. You know, when you kick out FTDs, you're kicking them out for an extended period of time, right? So if you can get liquidity in the period of time in between when your next set of FTDs is due and you need to kick them out, you do that, regardless of the ETFs or existence of ETFs or not. I'm not saying it's effective. It's not very effective, but it's clearly worth it, right? If you hold X and 2X cost basis and the price went above 2X, what would be your move? What? So you hold shares at X and double X. And now it's above double X. Or above 2X. I don't know. You could sell in the money covered calls at your highest cost basis. Do you think the stock will go back down? Do you expect the stock to continue going up? I mean, obviously, the price of the stock has more than doubled. So you need to form a plan at this point? Like, do you just keep holding it? Are you going to use it to sell covered calls? Do you want to exit the position now that you've, doubled or more than doubled your money? I'm looking to increase my Rev September position, but I don't want to miss out on a potential run next week. I know Ivy's elevated, but when do you think would be a good time to enter this position? End of day? I mean, if are you worried about like next Monday? I don't know if there is that much for this Monday. Yeah, you could do it end of day. Take the least hit on theta. I mean, the theta doesn't really matter if you're buying that far out. So really, you're just looking for like best price point. I can't wait until the day when you retire from trading and assume your rightful throne atop a golden Wendy's dumpster. Riku, sir. No, I didn't buy my GME covered calls back. They're right here. Hmm. What's your thesis behind Rev 916 calls? Is there something large happening by that date? Bar OPEX? Besides OPEX? No. That's why I don't have very many of them. They were mostly to get exposure for the short term. I'm going to hold them through OPEX. And if nothing happens by OPEX, I'm going to move them out to Leaps also. Why did you say bear trap on the spy drop? Too much volume. It sort of was a bear trap. It failed, but they were trying. Was consumer sentiment not that bad? I think it beat. It's also just the preliminary report. It's not that important. Does shorting the VIX drive the price down? How much? Yes. How much is VIX affected by buying and selling the VIX ETF versus the movement of its underlying? It's really not very affected by the ETF. The ETF just tracks it, right? It's depending, it's either tracks VIX futures or swaps on the VIX. What are some other tickers worth selling CCs on? Thanks for all the knowledge. I mean, you have to do the research. Jimmy has very good premium prices, but lots of stocks do. Just like I can't just pull an arbitrary list of good covered call tickers out of my ass, but generally you want to see like like for buy rights, which is what you're talking about. You want to see like 12 to 20% for 90 DTE. No, I don't prescribe to the price that only the closing price is valid, or the theory that only the closing price is valid. Most of what I use out of technical analysis of the financial markets is trend analysis. I can't say I use most of the rest of the book. It's also very old. But if you read anything written in the last like 5 to 10 years on technical analysis, it's mostly just bullshit. Go learn Dow and Wyckoff theory. You can learn Elliott if you want to, although I think it's basically fucking useless. John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much, dude. Guys, shout out to John Wilkes for hooking you up with Cornishon. I appreciate it, man. Michigan Consumer News release at 10. Oh, okay. I don't think it was a bear trap. It coincided with an enormous move in the 2-year yield. Check the chart. It rocketed so fast, it's crazy. Oh, shit. That is kind of fucking nuts. What the hell happened there? Jesus fucking Christ, I went up like 6 basis points in like a second. That was nuts. Also, why the fuck are you watching the 2-year yield on the 1 minute? I split my charts. It's a dividend split. Don't believe the siren songs of those Dans. There's no such thing as a golden Wendy's dumpster. It's just spray painted yellow, and shine is from all the spilled fry grease. Excellent point, Walt Schillionaire. But that's how they lure people in, right? So. Sold some CCs on Jimmy this past week and doubled my income. I could get really used to this. Thanks, Girk. No problem, dude. Bobby Fidelity, cost to borrow up. Good. We're gonna want to see that increasing. Remember, 10's more important. Had to unsub when I was trying to refinance budget. It's all good, man. No worries. If you were a shill, would you consider your shilling successful at this point? What am I shilling? Girk, I've been here since May 21st. I'm pretty consistently hear you discussing a topic I would love to have more info on. You're always mentioning profits. Unsure of the spelling. Anyway, can you talk about more about what these are and if they are available to us? Thanks. They are. It's when you're when you when you make more money than you started with. I know it sounds crazy, but like you put money in and then you take more out than you initially put in. I just graduated from a software boot camp to get into tech. Woo. Congratulations. Are we expecting any action next week? I'm not. Not really. I don't have any $50 GME cover calls I'm asking for. Yeah, those are a bit far away, right? That's like more than 20% upside. I don't think you need to worry about that right now. Are you seeing my messages today? Granted, none of them are terribly important. I know I saw one and read it, but didn't say anything. So yes. But now you can feel like I'm also paying attention to you. Could it be QT? Maybe. I mean, they're way the fuck behind on it. When's the Rev delisting appeal? October 13th. Yields up is bad. Dear fucking God, John Wilkes. Thank you so much, dude. Guys, big shout out. Welcome to Cornishon. John, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest.
What's your thought on why rev volume is so low? Well, it's not very appealing to a lot of people, and also they're trying to prevent the creation of more FTDs. I think I'm putting it in. Do you still have any Bobby cover calls, or did you buy them back? No, I do have Bobby cover calls at 1050. I might buy them back by the end of today. We'll see. Dixie also up. Yeah, I see that. Rev is going to want to squeeze prior to the delisting appeal. Bullish. Ideally. Or immediately after. Is there really any delisting threat for Rev? Seems like their new stock Stock price and loan money meets the requirements. Is there any delisting threat for Revlon? I don't think so, actually. Thanks for taking a look at the ticker last night. I know you said it's on OPEX stock. Curious if you had any thoughts on why it's been running on OPEX. It ran near OPEX, but not on OPEX. Or it ran on like offset OPEXs, like September of last year. And then it would like skip some or minimally run. And you know, OPEX still has an effect on stocks, even if that stock doesn't have like a lot of exposure to in like the OPEX period, right? So, you know, it's still like generally the highest volume options interest period in a quarter or in a given quarter. Exit a short position opened at 8.9. Or is there a chance for Bobby to dip before mid next week? I don't know if it'll dip that much. Is FTD covering for T35 bell to bell? No. What do you wait? It's like T plus. No, it's not. T35's the day it falls on. Is it the day it falls on, if you count them properly, should be the final day. That's why we count T6 for ETFs instead of T plus 5, because it covers the extra morning when we're counting them out on the chart. How spicy are Rev FTDs for next week? Spicier? I still think Rev can have OPEX exposure because when that exposure was generated, it would have still been in ETFs. And seeing gains on SPY options today, here's half. Nice, Terp. Congratulations. Oh, nice. BBBY covering a little bit. They're all kind of coming up towards open. I don't know if they're going to continue up. I'm not sure if you looked at the SPY chart. You need to turn the dial the other way. Puts her glowing red, and I'm not sure she can take any more, Captain. Ah, she'll be alright. You're still expecting GME to drop to 35, 36 before OPEX. Yeah, right now it looks like it can drop. It can drop about down to 36.40 something. With the low end being 34.75. CC's extend. They can exercise cover calls into after hours. Thank you, Bedhead. BBBY up Monday, but GME down. Seems counterintuitive, but there's way more hype on BBBY than GME. Assuming BBBY closes over $10 today. Forgot to say, drink your coffee before it goes cold. It's got ice in it. You mean before it warms up? I'm working on it. This coffee I bought's really bad. BBBY on Monday, up on Monday, but GME down. No, I don't think so. I don't see any reason for BBBY to go up on Monday. I mean, there's some hedging, but they'll just drag it out over today, right? Yesterday and today. Not unless we start moving today. If we start moving today and get some more strikes in the money, sure. Remember now on BBBY, every time it moves up, so after it crosses 10, here, let me try to explain this in a way people will understand. Okay, so after it crosses 10, and these $10 strikes go in the money, every time it goes up, right, the delta value of these also goes up. So these add weight to continued movement. If it just trades at 10 and the delta on these stays the same, they don't really have a lot of effect, right? So you need more buying to drive the price up, and then these will then drive the price up harder. And they've been in and out of the money so much over the last week that it's very possible that, most of this is already hedged. Can you say the theory there is to the SPY going up? Oh, it's just like very low volume push. I wouldn't say it's bullish momentum because no one's buying ahead of it still. But there's no one pushing back on it either. There's just been a ton of repositioning over the last 3 weeks. Since mid-July. There's just been an obscene amount of repositioning on the SPY. Late July. All of it short, all of it in September. There's also been a lot of, I wouldn't say it's good news, but it's less bad news. What are your feelings on Rev at the minute? More bullish, like BBY in June, or something totally different? Just bullish. What do you want? If you're that uncertain, don't buy it. Right? You clearly don't have your own thesis on the stock or why you should buy it, so don't. It's pretty simple, right? Do CCs expire on market close bell, or does it extend into after hours on Friday? Okay, answered that already. Does a market crash always happen from the futures trading session? It helps. Not always, no. Do you see the possibility that SPY closes above 422 end of day with SLD next week? Yeah, it's possible. It may slump into the end of the day as repositioning occurs. There's 3.2 million FTDs due Monday and Tuesday for Bobby. From what? From market makers? Very unlikely that that hasn't already been covered. Danorama, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, dude. Motherfucking pickle. Congratulations. Are Bobby weekly 11 CCs safe? For this week or next week? It's trading at 1093. No, statistically they're unsafe. They're high risk. Or higher risk. I have some 819 5750 CCs that have been sitting around 65% gain all week. Should I just buy them back now and do something else with the gains? Or wait out the contract? I mean, you're super fucking far out of the money. I don't think you need to worry about them. If you're gonna roll them down, then sure. Otherwise, they are making you money, just very, very little money. More puts being bought yesterday and today on the SPY. I haven't looked for today. Lots of them yesterday. SPY's trending a little bullish right now. Or was at 1017. Sold puts and bought puts are about neck and neck. Sold calls and bought calls are pretty close. Not a lot of interest above 425, and the majority of contracts being traded are for today and Monday. Take a look at the game Cult of the Lamb. It would be a fun game to play on Twitch stream. Your viewers can raffle to be followers of your cult in game. That's weird. We're not a cult. We have like at least 2 songs about it. I think this on Rev is gonna go up because Kirk said so. I also said it could go to 0. I don't know. I've puts all the way down to like 405. I think fibs are bullshit. That's what I think of a 50% fib retrace. I don't know what roll down means. You buy them back and sell them at a closer strike. What do you expect as our low end for next week? Right now, it looks like 36-ish, but that can shift. People are still, like, buying calls. I don't know for what, but they're buying them for, like, next Friday. Yeah, probably not, Fluffy. No, I don't have any tattoos. I'm not seeing anyone asking, but do you think there will be a filing stating how many shares went to CS and the DTC? Or there'll be no info from GameStop at later quarter meetings filings about that? Why would they say anything? I mean, they could, but I've only been in Zillionaires for a week, but I've already made gains to pay for a couple years of membership. Is this why there's so many Zillionaires? You're the best. I guess. I don't know. I thought they just like to hang out in the 510 gang and talk about eating Fruit Loops out of each other's, yeah. Hit the like and pretend to listen. You finally got people to buy calls for greater than 0 DTE. When? That didn't happen. That's FUD. If you did get a tattoo, what would it be? Nothing. I don't like tattoos. Bobby69 is not a meme. It kind of is. Smack Factor, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Do you plan to take the holidays? Because I need some days off to do some work at work. No, I don't take holidays. Just don't watch for a few days, man. Still bullish on Rev, Pickle Man. Jesus Christ. Yes. Looks like I may have lost long-term capital gains on my shares since I sold them in the money. Not if you buy them back, only if the contract is exercised. Or if they go out of the money. Can we get a Rev specific bolometer just so people can stop asking? Yeah, no. And I'm pretty sure you're the first person to ask. I wasn't aware yields could MOASS. Did they have FTDs due? Hey, maybe the Fed's finally rolling off some of their balance sheet. They seem to be so, like, they're acting so confident, but they're not, like, that the market can handle the roll-offs, but then they're not reducing their asset, like their asset pool or their mortgage-backed securities. Their mortgage-backed securities have gone up. As someone who asked about Rev, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were getting the same question over and over before I joined today. Yeah, it's been the worst. I don't like every time I see a stock I like or something I like a play I like, I almost don't want to talk about it. I just could go trade it on my other account and say nothing because then I don't have to talk about it, right? I don't have to deal with rampant impatience. John Timberly Crisp, I love your name. Thank you for becoming a billionaire. Hit me up after the stream and I'll get you added to the country club, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roll. Cause it's more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it.
Can you tell how many XRT puts there are? I can look. It's definitely not as high as March was. They're at about 200,000 right now. Open interest. March. March had hit 359,000. I don't think can Rev pull their Article 11 when they want and thus cancel the hearing? I think it's a voluntary Chapter 11 filing. I'm pretty sure they can pull it back. That won't cancel the hearing, but it would mean that they would likely stay listed. Why are X date or the Rev 30 and 35s no availability on IBKR? They're January 20th, 2023. GB looking really good. It's looking alright. Yeah, it's holding in there. Loop Capital, Anthony Chicumba was on Shilling, BBBY, and GME this morning. Said Rev was a better buy than either one of those. Ew. I learned more from this channel than second grade. Thanks, Danorama. I'm incompetent. Polio detected in New York City wastewater, indicating local circulation of the virus. But everyone's vaccinated against polio. Right? Because they wouldn't be fucking that stupid, would they? Bringing. Where can I find iron lungs? Who makes them? I'm going long. Iron lungs and flannel blankets. Yeah, I'm definitely vaccinated against for polio. %, unvaxxed rate among children under 5 in New York City. Sounds like 14% of New York City children under 5 are gonna die. I bought shill analysis of the financial markets using your affiliate link. I've shilled my way into a stock. I'm currently riding the benefits. But the book is unclear on getting out. What do? Interesting. Sure to sell Rev CC on Fidelity restricted. Could be the strike you chose is restricted. So if recession hits, bread and soup to the moon. That's like a depression, but yes, I already own a bunch of Campbell's stock. Puts on children? Yeah, I guess so. Curious. What does this mean? Or at least, what do you think it means, Dork? Do you happen to know if you can still exercise options? If you have 0 trades left before a PDT. Yeah, I don't think exercising options affects PDT. Jimmy Flying, you still holding your CCs? Yeah, because it's at $40.60. It's not flying. It's just up like a dollar from, it's not even up a dollar from where it was earlier. Bobby's flying. So there's gonna be another cover call opportunity on Bobby. Yeah, I might sell some more at 12. I didn't cut my hair. Wait, why are people not giving kids the polio vaccine? Stupid. Polio exists in nature. You don't win against it. It's just always there. It's in like soil, right? UVXY called Jan 2023 leaps at $20 with a delta 41% and $15 with a 50%. Remember, well, yeah, it's a leveraged ETF. Yeah, if you expect the VIX to go up, it seems like a solid move. Every time Dirk sends you a DM, the stock rips. Polio was reduced to 2 countries. 3, right? Wasn't it Nigeria, Afghanistan, and Pakistan? I thought it was 3. As long as the virus still exists, though, the chance of it spreading, it remains a risk, right? Imagine Revlon announcing at market close that they're pulling away their Article 11. That'd be fantastic. Bobby volume is about to pass Jan 21 volume for it. For the day? Volume on the day is only 13 million. Or for the week. Possibly. Yeah, it could possibly have OPEC's exposure still. Thoughts on Rev, November 18, $6 CSP. I'm fine with assignment. I mean, if the premium's worth the risk, then sure. As of 2020, it was Afghanistan and Pakistan. Was removed from Nigeria in 2019. Interesting. Redbox was bought out. I think their merger was completed. If I sell a 0 GTECC and it expires out of the money, does that count as a day trade? I have no idea. Interesting. Because NASDAQ's pulling up. Curious. ECT looking bullish. I don't know. I'm not looking at it right now. GME is flying a bit. It's moving back up to like 41. Bobby got shut down at 1150. Oh. Why is Jimmy running? Why not? $1.73 million volume? Probably some covering. Because I have puts. Sure. I mean, the spy's pretty flat. Do you think from how we have maintained price this week that we might not see much of a dip leading into the 16th. No. I don't think the maintaining of price this week is all that relevant to what happens next week. Yeah, IV's still low. Would you average down some Tesla puts now for at least 2 weeks out? No, the ones I have are still up. I don't know how underwater you are. If it's a really good opportunity, sure. This is a classic let it run so people sell out of calls and then crush it. It's usually the crushing it that causes people to sell out of calls. Bobby close sub 10, still possible? Unlikely, but sure, it's possible. I think Bobby is also going to be moving with GMA. Ooh, breakout. Spy doing crazy shit. Nasdaq's up a lot today. Five. Sec, I need to look at something. Is letting $40 strike calls expire in the money allow hedges more liquidity shares? Does letting $40 strike calls expire in the money allow hedges more liquidity or shares? No. That's SPX. It's a little bit. $417.75. FRZA just opened it up. $14 open. I'm not playing it, but I'm watching it for possibly crazy fun things to watch. Any thoughts on CHPT? Big climb today? No. What are your considerations when deciding to choose out the money leaps versus deep out of the money leaps? Are out the money just safer? Sure. At the money, I mean, I'm probably exercising versus out of the money, which I just intend to sell for profit. Spy doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, it's doing pretty good. What are your thoughts on all the new M&M flavors? I don't have any. Good time to sell CC on Jimmy for next week with this little bump, or a better time potentially coming. It's not bad. I'd wait to see if this is peaked before like rolling or anything like that. The SPY is really choppy today, but there's no economic data or anything, so I don't know why it's not picking a direction. I mean, there's a lot of repositioning going on. I guess it's still pretty early. Are my Bobby 12 and Jimmy 4 safer next week? I mean, Bobby looks pretty bullish. Jimmy has definitely got some covering going on as well. A little bit of this could be the gamma exposure from closing above 40 the other day. Same with Bobby and 10. I wouldn't expect them to cover it today, though. They don't need to. But a little bit. It's accelerated, right? Because those calls are in the money now. How much would you estimate a 500K buy order on Rev would shoot its price up? Quite a lot. I mean, that's like a substantial, like 500,000 shares or $500,000. New Dillionaire. Oh, Prilly Bum. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel
Robinhood just sent me a notification trying to get me to sign up for their credit card. Should I do it? Oh boy. Wait, Robinhood has a credit card? I have to figure out how Discord works. It's not that hard. It's just like a chat program. Fubar, thank you so much for upgrading to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades this popcorn.
Bobby's actually hitting the ramp kind of hard now. This is bullish. Bobby don't give a fuck right now. Full bull, yeah.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside. I can
No,
be
don't fail
hurtful, I can
now.
be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside. I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside. I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside. I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violet.
I don't think someone gifted it to
I
you.
can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside. I can be hurtful, I can be full,
Abort.
I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside. I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside. I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside. I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Do you feel that Rev is the same as GME January 2021? I mean, the similarity extends to the amount of compounding FTDs being created, chilly chills. So while it's trading very low volume right now, it's not generating a lot of FTDs. But when it does trade volume, it will generate a lot of FTDs. That's the similarity between the two. Otherwise, Revlon has a much smaller float and far less interest. Also, just got a Robinhood credit card offer. I have no idea. How does Robinhood have your information? Do you think Revlon X Barbie lip gloss would look good with my glitter eyeshadow? I mean, try it out. Made 1,200 euros today, J trading. Thanks, Garrick. Saw the trend, held till 1170. Gains were good enough for me. See ya. Congrats, man. Why can't Rev go to 20 and Tesla to 500 end of day? We're looking for the best time to exit calls I have on Weber. The best time to exit them would have been before you bought them, I think. Sorry to ask this for probably the 80th time, but at what point would you say anyone waiting on the sidelines should just hop on board on the next pullback, or have we missed the boat? For what? Like which stock? Lead farmer. Double top on Apple from yesterday's high got rejected. Interesting. Are you picking up any puts for next week? I don't need to buy more puts than I already have. So you're gonna have to buy back into Tesla. Sorry if you addressed this previously, but curious if you have any fresh thoughts on lack of expected volume in June and July OPEX or GME. Thoughts on OPEX, August OPEX, thanks for all you do. In June and July, I think we're still on like the F-man cycle, but they compressed so many obligations between Feb and March that it got kind of fucky. Like they borrowed so many shares and built up so many obligations that, you know, they really couldn't short in the periods we expected them to. Because if they were shorting, they would have just driven the price up even more, right? Hold on. I hate buying back covered calls. Gotta fucking do it in a market order. At least Revlon's not running. I don't need to buy those back. Sell them all at $42.50. You're not holding any BBBY contracts right now? I have $105 calls for January and $107 calls for January. And I have some 10s for January. I sold the rest on the first run. Sip, you rock. Thanks, man. You too. Cat, next resistance. 197.50. I think Tesla has more ups today. I mean, I'm not going to risk it. It could retest 900. NASDAQ and SPX are both kind of surging up. So if they retest yesterday's high, that'll drag everything up. So I'm just going to, I'll re-enter. Me getting pushed whenever you search for Bobby and Jimmy. Too bad, because I like that company. It's not the company's fault they're getting pushed, right? Are you still mad at me? When was I mad at you? Secretly in a bull market? No, we're in a very irrational market. We'll be in a bull market, I think, if we hold these prices into Friday or into next week. I've been waiting for a good entry back into Bobby. I've missed the boat. Have I missed the boat? I don't think so. I'm sure if you wait, you'll see another potential opportunity. Feels more like a melt up. Yeah, I still think it's like a bear rally. Is there a reason not to roll my Bobby cover calls that are deep in the money? Don't think the price is going to go below that, but it seems like free money. Is there a reason not to roll my CCs that are deep in the money? I mean, you don't want to get assigned. Did you buy back your GME covered calls? I bought back the 40s. Consumer sentiment up. The preliminary report, but only a little. I'm a bull, Congratulations. Bipolar bull Dan. They're not borrowing a lot of shares on Jimmy. The Ivy's not spiking up. What's going on? I've got puts for 819, 3525. I can't roll forward on WeBull. Those are very far out of the money and very short dated. Why can't you roll forward on WeBull? You just sell and buy new ones. That's how you roll. That's what rolling is. Did you close your 40cc because you think it might get exercised? Yeah. I don't think the price is going to stay above 40, but I'll just sell new covered calls in the money, right? I'll let, like, whatever this covering is play out and then just sell new covered calls. It's rolling, but waiting till I do it, right? Jimmy ripped 3%. Did we MOASS? No. What's the premium for a single $40 covered call? That's not GME. For the 19th? $2.42. $2.36 was last, like, the mid. Is this bears capitulating? It might be a little early to be able to tell, but there's definitely still, like, long interest. There's a lot of, like, zero DTE buying. No, that's weird. Yeah, lots of, like, August 12 41.25s and $42 calls. Like, shitloads of weeklies. Most of the August 19 stuff is puts. There's a little bit of August 19 $40 calls, but not a lot. $125. That still looks kind of bullish. Hey, it's me, Zero GTE buyer. Tesla re-entry today or next week. I have to clean my kitchen, but I don't want to miss an entry. I'll probably, I don't know. It depends on if it fails this test or not. The question is, where do I want to re-enter? 860? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a little bit. When you enter the majority of your call positions for OPEX, probably next week. Do you think RAD can get pretty spicy, or is it recovering from being oversold? I'm not really very interested in it at all. What do you mean, how does FTD creation work? There's no shares. So they trade the stock, and then there's no shares to satisfy the trades, and so the trades fail. It's there is no 816 expiration for GMA. 819 near the money puts. Could be. I think this could rally a little higher today, though. I think it might test like 42, like that 41.97 again. I think that's possible. I never said anime was problematic. What are you going on about? I think BBY will still move up above 1180 by the end of the day. It's hard to say. Both of these may have peaked. But if the SPY continues to push up, that could drive them a little further. And volumes died down a bunch. So we'll see how the consolidation breaks. It doesn't look particularly bullish on either one. Tesla continues to look pretty bullish, as does the SPY. I made $16 after you said Bark wasn't necessarily a good play. Alright, good luck with that, Stonks Streusel. Are you selling CCs on Bobby for next week? Maybe. The question is at what price? If I sell them at 11, that's above my cost basis with a premium. I can sell them at 12. 1250 is actually way above my cost basis. Yeah. 10. 127. GME. Ooh, nice. No problem, Yunes. Congratulations on getting out profitably. Do you roll your CCs on a multi-leg option strategy, or you just close them and then reopen them after that? I usually just close them and reopen them. Late in chat, but it's annoying knowing my generation for whom weren't in the military didn't get polio vaccines as a matter of course. Can a generally healthy person get a polio vaccine in the USA? I mean, I was vaccinated for it as a baby. I'm pretty sure everyone is. Unless you request that your child not be vaccinated for polio. I heard in 2004 you were ranked 4th in the world in Connect 4 and were considered the best at street style Connect 4. That's accurate, Sage Fujiwara. Did you see RC replied to CNBC on Twitter? No, because I don't care what RC says on Twitter. You think the low volume drawdown on Rev is indicative of accumulation? I mean, it is, right? People are buying it. I know in New York City, you can't go to public school without a polio vaccine. And that was definitely continued after 2000. I do hate Twitter. You're not wrong. It is it's just the worst. Polio is part of the normal immunization schedule. Just checked my 4-year-old. He's had 4 shots so far for polio. Sorry if a dumb question, but is Rev Leaps at 10 for $2 a better position than 35s for 1? Unless Rev squeezes above 60. No? Probably not. I don't know. Check the options calculator. I don't think so. Thoughts on ribeye steak? It's probably my favorite. I really like filet too, though. It's tough. One or the other, it depends. Do you think September VIX $25 calls are too far out of the money for a potential spike during SLD? Yeah, I mean they're pretty far out of the money. So you're betting on a 25% jump on VIX? I'm not saying it can't happen, but lots of 0 DTE bought on Bobby. Lots of 0 DTE bought on both of them. When would you expect Rev to start seeing positive price action again, if it does? There's some stuff due next week. There's OPEX. Other than that, I'm just gonna keep buying more of it. Vero's so hot right now. Is it? I know they got approved for like emergency usage. Up 7%. It's alright. I made a bunch of money on it the first time. It hasn't really piqued my interest since. Still doesn't have the EUA. I'm trying to set limit orders at 667 to prevent Rev from hitting the devil's number. SPY gonna double top before SLD? It very well could. Although it hasn't. I mean, it's still got another $1.20 to go. And it looks kind of weak right here. Interesting. Does Rev have time to move down more before OPEX? Sure. I mean, it already hit like 650 today. If SPY doesn't hit 415 by end of week next week, I will have to commit Sudoku. Alright. Does Rev have time to move down? Hey, if you press the MOASS button, I'll buy your cover call. I already sold it. Any historic supports BBBY could fall through before OPEX? $10. Did you learn your options trading strategy from anyone, or just develop a style that fits your personality? I mean, I learned a lot about options trading, not from someone, but from, you know, research and studying. And then, yeah, develop my own strategies. What do you think about volume on the SPY? Is this a false rally? I do believe it is, but, you know, it can stay... It can stay irrational for quite some time. That's somewhere Jimmy will peak before 819. I have $45 calls. Oh, I don't think Jimmy is going to hit $45 by next Friday. I'd be surprised if it did. Did anything new come out for Rev? Still bullish? Jesus fucking Christ. If the next person who asks me if I'm still bullish on Revlon, I'm just going to ban them. I said I expected to go to $5, and then I'll buy more. I banned him. He was a member, too, and he got banned. We still watch the stream if banned? I thought my Discord audio was stuck in a loop. But just people asking the same questions 10 times in a row. Yeah. It really is. It's like All the questions are, what do I do with my options? Are you still bullish on Revlon? And hey, how do I manage this underwater position I'm in? I'm stuck in the middle of New York and I can't get home. Can you save me? You've got 2 feet. You can do it. You ever comment on the success of the homemade puff pastry? Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, it's a bitch to layer the butter. It takes like hours. If Trader Joe's asked you for your help in choosing a new flavor of ice cream sandwich, what would you pick and why? I would simply have them remove the chocolate chip coating from the outside of their current ice cream sandwiches. Okay, I'm definitely banning Darth. Where is he? Now we can MOASS. I got framed. Enough inane stock questions. Get to the important stuff. Top 3 deserted island movies. Entertain me while I drive, please. Deserted island movies. There's that one with Tom Hanks. And there's the one with Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't know any other ones. Are there more deserted island movies? I think you banned the wrong fella. Oh, whoops. I don't need your help. I'm good at smoking meat. Was Gilligan's Island a movie? Jurassic Park's not a deserted island. I meant movies you would choose if stuck on a deserted island. The Departed. Hold on. There's more. I have to think. First one's always so easy. And then after that, it's tougher. I mean, here's the problem. I would just hate whatever movies I chose after like a week. That and you'd have no power to play them. Yeah. Well, definitely not Wolf of Wall Street. I don't like watching things multiple times. That's why I don't really like music anymore. I've heard it all too much. And now I don't want to hear it anymore. Patrick Swayze, did you hear they're finally remaking Roadhouse? I'm YOLOing my entire salary into Bobby. No one puts Bobby in a corner. I recant all positive comments about this stream. I hate you all. Thank you so much, Atwell Enjoyment. What about Justin Timberlake? I mean, I like Justin Timberlake, but I'm not like actively listening to a lot of it. Are you holding any GME puts still? Yeah. Self-employed president of the Dans, you cannot ban me. I am omnipotent. Mwahaha, Riku. You can't stop this pigeon whale. I mean, I can ban you. No, I don't care about Adam Aaron's tweet. You know the worst part about the membership gifting? It's like unfiltered chat from the people I dislike the most. Like I can't slow their chat down. And I want to. I want them to not be able to like talk a lot. Do you think there are pro traders that exclusively trade 0 DTE options? Sure. I mean, they probably trade other options as well. Like they just wait. I mean, spy traders. There's a lot of spy traders that just trade 0 DTEs. How dare you? Just ban whoever gifts memberships. Make chat pigeon whales only. Ooh. What happened to Moonwind? Was there a falling out? Did you ban him? He's neither banned, nor was there a falling out on my part. You could ask him. Do you like Justin Timberlake enough to like the movie In Time? You mean the movie about Theta? Where everyone is an options contract? That's one of the best movies ever made. I'm adding that to my Deserted Island list. Closed all my 0 DTs, 12s, and 11s for massive profit on Bobby. Holding one 10C 0 DT for giggles. I have my Jan 5s, my shares. All this liquid cash for fun gambles next week. 510 chat is back. 510 chat is back. Life is good. Glory to the mighty 510 gang. Hugs. Welcome back, Pickled Morty. Everything is your own fault. You encourage the poorest by chatting with them on Discord. I know. Given the somewhat all or nothing nature of the rev play, is there any benefit to owning the underlying with a relatively small position, or just go all in on leaps? I mean, I guess the more shares that are bought, the higher the chance it squeezes. But no, mostly options. Check out the red turtle. Okay. Window open. I just got done harassing the chubby kid with sticky fingers because he dipped his chicken nuggets into his Wendy's Frosty. That's actually disgusting, VWasp. Why would someone do that? Ugh. There's a theory that Bobby might get pushed down pre-OPEX. I'm considering getting back into shares. I mean, it could. It could get pushed down. 10's going to be a really hard line, though. Yeah, I've watched The Boys. It's pretty good. So I got to retest 425. Scalp 30% on a 420p yesterday. Looking to do it again. I don't know. It's looking a little bit weaker after the 423.83 test. Everything's looking a bit weaker after that rush. DM. What do we got? Ooh. Well, you'll have to explain this to me later. But I like it. Member test. Yeah, I've seen Better Call Saul. Does your bidet shoot up or out? I prefer out, but they're pretty rare, I find. In between. Actually. I tell people to check out options as a strategic investment, K-Day. Do you wipe after bidet? I mean, dry. There's nothing to wipe. What's the optimal bidet angle? 38 degrees. No, my bidet is not heated. I've never drank out of my bidet. Why would I do that? We have a $10,000 espresso machine. I don't. I have like a $2,600 espresso machine, but not heated bidets. I don't want a heated bidet. I like the cold. Drink out of your bidet to develop a polio immunity? That's actually really smart. My bidet shoots across my bathroom. I mean, if you're not sitting on the toilet, it'll do that. If you're looking to build a new house with passive house standards, when would you like to talk about building purpose, R value, and moisture control? Never. Jesus fucking Christ. Why would you show that to me? Secure. 2600. I need the model and brand, please. Profitec Pro 600. I'm trying to store use a $10,000 office chair. Do you think that's too much? It has a footrest. What is store use? I don't know if you remember old Butt Buddy here, but I just want to let you know that I only canceled membership out of necessity. Never had any problems with you or your actions. Thanks, Madoff's Butt Buddy. That's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Mutant double-headed shoulders on the spy. It's just not breaking 4280 or 42380. Sorry if I asked this before, but thoughts on price action for next week with GME? If my brain somehow retains some info, we're hoping for a bit of declining price action into OPEX date, so they are negative delta, right? Yes. We hopefully we'll get it. Otherwise, it's looking very no pexy. Unless the delta just doesn't matter. And the covering occurs regardless, and we're still on the F-man cycle. Either way, I'll have exposure, right? Even the no-pexes make money. It's like, goes up 20% instead of 50 to 100. I'm okay with that. Am I an inverse billionaire? Since I've joined, I've been ignored. Do you like me more as a poor? I mean, everyone's a member now, so it's just the same, right? As far as getting noticed in chat. I can't say that becoming a billionaire has ever gotten anybody noticed in chat more. Ask the mods. They're the most ignored in chat. Thanks, Secure. Yeah, I appreciate it. That ruined my day. But also reminds me of that movie with Frankie Muniz. And that guy blues himself in the shower. And they play Hungry Like a Wolf. I don't remember the name of that movie, but it was funny as shit. Also moved into a new apartment that reversed hot and cold water at the toilet. Not a bidet, but every flush scalding hot. I almost passed out on my phone. I'm not a member. Notice me. I see you both, Jason and Greg W. If Bobby hits 100 by Jan, I will hire an au pair and a Russian bride. I don't think that's how you spell au pair, but it, it starts with an A. Or are you just talking about like an O-shaped pear? Bobby up 10%. Why aren't you playing the pickle song every 5 minutes? What's the matter with you? Get your head right. Oh, I don't care about percentage moves. I want dollars. I want Bobby at $30. Blue guy was Paul Giamatti. It was. It was called Big Fat Liar. Is that the name of the movie? Interesting. I'm gonna watch that today. On the subject of acknowledgement, can you make fun of my SST leaps, please? It's been a while. How's that going for you, Sean McDanry? I see you've joined the Dans, but yep, I know how to spell au pair, but he spelled it like this. I think it's way too early to say F-Man is dead or assume August is Nopex. Feb was kicked to March, but we were at almost 100% in May. Long live the F-Man. Yeah. My only problem is that for like a true OPEC cycle, we always have that negative delta period before OPEX begins. And if we don't get that, like if we just continue up, we won't have the deleveraging of puts. And so the price action, even if it's just covering, will be weaker. Girk is almost a homeowner. Oh, that reminds me, I have to make some phone calls today. I really don't want to be one, honestly. You're the schmoopy. Thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin.
21% borrow rate equals low liquidity. I mean, no. It's still not illiquid. It doesn't hold up as well as you'd hope. Only one way to find out. Amanda Bynes got a face tattoo? Do mods get paid? No. Are they required to work a minimum number of hours? No. I just try to pick people with the largest egos to satisfy. Like Carl. I just make them moderators. And then I balance that by picking people who are just like super nice to everyone for no apparent reason, like Zakur and Han. What's your ROI on the house? Based on like the appraised value, if I'm able to sell it, like over 1,000%. Peter Huang, thank you for becoming a billionaire. I hope I pronounced that properly.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Hong?
Yeah.
It's one of those two.
But we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
Are you rolling out August 19th puts? No.
With the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG.
But I'm nice to everyone, but you're a Dan. Atomic's kind of like in the middle. The probably explains why my first day on the Discord I was banned in the first 10 minutes for no reason, and also received a nice gift basket of fresh fruit. Yeah. What interest rates did you lock? How can you predict ROI not having even bought it? What? There's no interest rate. I can't believe you don't renovate it and move out there for a year. You complain about your overpriced apartment all the time. That house has a beach. Yeah, but it's like not huge. It's kind of rocky. There's rocks on it. It's not like a smooth beach. And no shared walls. It's also a New York beach, which is questionable. On the Sound, which smells weird. And it's in fucking Long Island. I don't want to live in Long Island with the train people. So you're buying cash? No, I loaned my friend like 250 grand and he used the house as collateral on the loan. He's yet to pay me back. I don't fish. It has a pool. I do like pools. But I'm about to have a pool here. Next year, I guess. I don't think they're going to finish it before the end of summer. It's not in foreclosure. It doesn't have anything on the title. It's like free and clear. I did the title check and everything already. I had it inspected and appraised. That's Tratus. How confident are you in SPY 415Ps? I don't know, we'll see. Less than I was at 420. Man, you make Long Island sound like Gary, Indiana. It's all the same. Any interest? Or if he just writes a check back to you for 250K is all well. 10% interest. I think. Well, there's 10% interest now because he didn't make payments. That's the VIG. You will never go into that pool. Probably true. Community pool. That's true. That is gross, isn't it? What do you think of the Dave Lauer tweet pointing at shorts that are underwater for shorting GME at $17? I mean, the data that he's referencing is just an average of short volume traded, which is not indicative of like long short positions at all. So the data's bullshit, and so the tweet means nothing. Vortex showing 106% max cost to borrow on BBBY. Yeah, no one's paying that, right? You know that's just retail rates. As a resident of Gary, Indiana, who summers on Long Island, I feel seriously attacked by this stream today. HOTX options are severely underpriced? I don't know. Kind of. There's also no one buying them. What was that, Kendra? I grew up on Long Island. I know some good realtors who can get you a shitload of money for the house. Also looking to short Bumble once Spy dies. Thoughts? Play 510. I'm not gonna hook your buddies up with a commission. Also, I don't want you to know who I am. You told me I wasn't your friend once. You expect me to trust you? Back to 20 fast. That'd be cool. No, Max Payne seems new. If it shows Max Payne, that's new. I haven't looked at Shift Search in a long time. Tesla dead, right? Well, yesterday. It's a little bit back today. You're still targeting like $1,500, right? Mostly because I'm broke now. Fair enough. Bacon Sisters, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah.
The friendometer said you weren't my friend. Sounds like you're trying to blame the friendometer, but you built the friendometer. I think we can go further up on Jimmy. I'm trying to make a call on my $43 CC. Already closed 42. Thanks for the help. It might. So those screws are covering. Hard to say. I don't know if this is an I don't know if this is an effect of like the options being pushed in the money on Wednesday. Like this is the T+2, right, of that $10 close. Or if this is just like a reaction to the overall bullishness of the indices today. Sir, am I getting assigned at 40 on my covered calls? Probably. Unless the price drops. Provocative DM. Ooh. Wait, that doesn't look provocative at all. Why did it move so little on the other one, though? Hmm. I'm gonna unwind what kind of basket Revlon is in. Okay. Let me know what you come up with. I mean, we're still trading in the same range as yesterday. Not BBBY, but everything else. Actually, did BBBY hit this high yesterday? It hit 1145 yesterday. So BBBY is breaking out, but like SPY, Tesla, GME, I think are all within range of yesterday's high or lower. Like if this is the high for GME today, that's a lower high. You guys are all just like way too focused on the 1 minute. Like the GME trend on the daily, like this is not like bullish. Or well, the 1 hour. Wait, no. Like it broke down from this ascending trend and then it failed the test of the lower resistance. We're definitely performing better than the last ETF FTD cycle, right? But we're not like shooting back up. Like we haven't broken back up into the uptrend. BBBY has. BBBY is doing really well on like the 1 hour. But this is like not necessarily bullish. This is like the bump and the reversal. But this is more likely to break down. Now if this breaks to the upside of that, like if we move back up to like 1325, that would be very bullish. But that hasn't happened yet. I paid for some love. Where did it go? I saw your message. I just have no comment. I'm focused on the fact that the SPY is over 424, yet the economy is trash. No, there's no recession, remember? 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP and continuing rise in inflation mean nothing now. Because it's a new month. The last time you disagreed with me, Stefan, was on DDS when you were absolutely positive it couldn't go any lower, remember? That worked out well for you. When do you find out if your cover calls get called away? Monday? Yeah, well, over the weekend, usually. Instead of shirt off at breakout, how about smoking jacket, cigar, and scotch? Make VUPs classy. Ooh. I don't own a smoking jacket, but I've long wanted to purchase one. I don't like cigars. If you had an August 26th, 3750p for GME, would you keep it for next week? Or roll closer for a higher strike? You could roll them up, potentially. Why so quiet about Bobby? I mean, there's nothing to say. It's just moving up. It has relatively low volume today, which is interesting. What's the 3-month volume up to now? 14 million? Why'd the slow climb and win the rug pull? That's what I'm worried about. What's the next price target we should wake you out for, Bobby? 1325 is really important. Isn't Bobby at Gamma Max? I'm not sure. Could check. Well, sort of. It's above Gamma Max, I think. Yeah, I think it's above Gamma Max. Bobby gonna hit 14 by close? That's my guesstimated opinion. That'd be cool. Have you taken the Series 65? Yeah. And the 86 and 87. I'm gonna hit 1350, crash back down to $1. 1325. I know it's not. Are we in a bull market? Is holding far dated SPY puts still a good idea? I mean, I'm still holding far dated SPY puts. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I'm holding them. Another thing about GME Daily is that you can see the EMA ribbon consolidating. Yeah. Except technical analysis hasn't mattered on GameStop in a long time. Has the put wall on Bobby been repositioned? No, it just got destroyed. Pays you to ask, but if no downs next week for SPY after SLD, will you roll puts to October? Yeah. It's not the first time I've been caught in an irrational market. It's not fun, but I bought like a huge put position on the SPY back in like December of 2019 because of like COVID coming into the US. I had to roll that out like 3 times. It cost a lot of money, but it paid off. Did you roll your GME $40 cover calls? Yeah. BBBY is about to bust. I know, it's exciting. Does a rational market equal a melt up? Sort of. Don't worry, guys. I bought back my Bobby covered calls, so it'll come back down now. Should I buy mine back? 1250? It still hasn't broken, though. And the SPY's not looking particularly strong now. God, volume's done nothing but go down all day on the SPY, and the price has done nothing but go up. I mean, I don't really care if I get assigned on these, honestly, but... Wonder how much OI is expiring this Friday. Should probably look at that. Interest. $14,000 call OI at 12. 4,000 at 1150 and 11,000 at 11. Shitload of put OI closing out too, though. Next week is far lighter. Jesus Christ, there's so many fucking open calls for next week on Bobby at 45. GME $50 end of week next week. We'll see. Yeah, Bobby 45. It's got to be Wall Street Bets, right? It's 26,000 contracts. I'll put OI next week. So 178,000 contracts expiring this week on Bobby. Let's see something here. Dark pool charts. Okay, this morning. 58%. Skew. Week. Upper bound 1460. Lower bound 660. That's pretty bullish. Hmm. Straight up. Fun. Should I buy $15 calls? It's not literally up 20%. It's literally up 18%. Interesting. It's 13. Your CCs? I'm well aware of my covered calls. I'm trying to determine where, like, the top of this is. It's going to generate, like, a lot of 0 DTE FOMO, but... I only have, like, 10% of my position sold in covered calls right now. It could hit 1460. 1460 and 13. It's still like 1325 and 1460. I don't know. I kind of want to sell some of my $10 calls right now. I'm not gonna because they're for January, but it's enticing. There's an obscene amount of weeklies. That's why I kind of want to, like, or maybe at least sell some more covered calls while it's up. How much is the 15? Yeah, 15 for August 19th. 130. Yeah. Is this T plus 2 Gex? I think it's a bit of that and just like a shitload of 0 DTE call buying. It pulled back 20 cents. Yeah, but it only went up $1.90. That's all relative, right? I sold cover calls at 15, so that's fine. Any pullback for call buys, shares closer to 12 good too. I'm not sad Bobby's running. I'm just trying to think like if I can fade the top of it. I'm very happy Bobby's running. I've been bag holding it for fucking 5 months now. No, I'm not buying Bobby puts. Just because there's not that... I don't think there's that much room to the downside. I think even if it falls, it'll stabilize above 10. At least your bags are full. It's true. And then I have to think at like what price to try to cashless exercise. $15 safe for today. I just sold some. Not a lot, but a few. Like 12, August 12, $15 cover calls. I probably should have sold them for the 19th. It was a better premium. On Fidelity, how do I buy calls? Buy to open, buy to close. Buy to open. Hold Jan 3x5 Jan calls or exercise them? I'm still holding mine. I don't know. I'll probably exercise them if it goes above 15 next week. By testing 425 again, it's getting close, yeah. It didn't actually test 425 yesterday. It fell like just short. Yeah, 424.95. Looking like SLD is canceled. SLD is next week on Wednesday. If you don't know the difference between buy to open and buy to close, you probably shouldn't be playing options. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. You know the worst part is I had like 250 August 19 $5 calls and I rolled them forward to like a third the number of January $5 calls. I'd already have my shirt off if I hadn't rolled them. They'd also have been worthless by the time this started running. Is there a price Bobby breaks that you feel is a catalyst for a short squeeze? 40 would be fucking crazy. $20 is pretty fucking nuts too. 20, 40, 60. I think if it hits 60, like if it hit 60, it could squeeze. Like really squeeze. I'd freak the fuck out at those prices. I know you would. Spy, rising wedge. Yeah. The volume on the spy has done nothing but go down the entirety of the day. It's dropped off to almost nothing, and yet the price is still going up. So there's not a lot of buyers or sellers in this range. It's not going to short squeeze today. Jesus Christ. I'm up 25% on BB buy options I scalped like 15 minutes ago. Can I quit my job to be a trader now? I don't know. Is 25% up on those options enough for you to quit your job? Does that mean big downs soon? Not necessarily big downs, but it'll probably drop at least to a level where there's more volume. There was a lot more volume around like 420. Like people were far more willing to position on the SPY at 420 than they are up here. Don't see numbers like 60 on Bobby. You'll rile the Dans up into a frenzy. I mean, that was like the thesis on Bobby all along, right? Like if the put wall ever broke, there were so many like far dated calls. I mean, this is like what I wanted for GameStop. Just massive amounts of far dated out of the money calls going into the money. It's fucking awesome. $13 Bobby call is expiring today. Safe. It could hit 14 today. If you don't want to get assigned, yeah, it could hit 14. Like the position I sold off 2,200 shares worth of covered calls that I have out right now on Bobby. So 22 contracts. If they get assigned, I'll just use that to buy like long options or exercise like my $5 contracts. If you exercise your options on Bobby, it will squeeze. Yeah, but how many people have held their like $5 contracts? I mean, I know some have. But is it enough? What does it mean for Bobby if it closes above Gamma Max? I mean, Gamma Max can increase. So just because Gamma Max was, you know, $11 this morning doesn't mean it still is. Or 11.80 or whatever. You take a look at Visa and that crazy bounce. I haven't re-entered Visa puts. How hard did it bounce? Oh, nice. Actually not a bad re-entry opportunity. Maybe wait. I'll wait. Bobby Head and Shoulders. Nope, this is supposed to be Bobby. This is supposed to be Spy. I have and will exercise. Yeah, at $20 when I'm like, if I can cashless for 75% of the underlying shares, then it's really worth it for me. I don't know. The problem is I have Bobby in its own account, and I'm not sure if I'll have enough margin to be able to cashless exercise all of them. I'll have to sell some. I got rich off Bobby. Here's your cut. Thanks, Danorama. So like this kind of like price action, as the price drives up, this is the benefit of having those $10 calls in the money. You know, every like point of delta that those get now, you know, is another share that needs hedged. Doesn't mean it will be, but it needs to be. Is your daily trading power for cashless exercise more than your margin? Oh yeah, I could do that. Which expiry date do you choose for your calls for August OPEX? Which is the best to not lose much value if nothing happens till Thursday? September 19th if you enter them late. Like if you enter Wednesday or Thursday next week, September 19th, or you can hold for a few days without seeing any significant loss in theta. So there's much less of a chance of a Bobby entry under 10 anytime soon. Now, yes. Now that we've gotten some price action and we've pushed up off of that $10 like focal point, much less of a chance that it drops back. It still could. I mean, there's a lot of calls that are going to be sold off today, right? But I still think it can hold 10 because of so many far dated calls being in the money. This is good. If Bobby holds these prices, this is very good for next week. Is this going to break up? They just won't drop. Send help. Why do you have 900 zero DTEs? Jesus fucking Christ. You're just playing a drop back to open, right? It may not be till like late in the day. After 3 o'clock. You think Bobby's safe from SLD pushing it under 10? I mean, it could go under 10. It depends on how much is sold off today, how much is rolled. There'll be a lot of long repositioning, right? 1325 is the next, like, kind of hard resistance, and then 14 is also pretty hard resistance. You explain how exercising and selling the cover works? What's the difference would be instead of selling the option and buying shares? Sometimes selling the option and buying shares is better. Exercise and sell to cover, essentially it's exercised and then shares are sold from the exercise shares to cover the cost of the exercise. So if you have like a $5 strike, right, and the stock's trading at $10, you'd have to sell 50% of the shares in the contract to exercise the rest, right? Because you're buying the shares at 5. Do you think Jimmy could hit 45 next week? Right now? I mean, that's Gamma Max. It could. I don't really think Jimmy has nearly... I mean, Jimmy doesn't have nearly as much options interest right now as Bobby does. But yeah, I suppose it could. I really don't think either of them are going to have very bullish weeks next week because there's nothing besides FOMO driving the price action. Bobby could be a little more bullish just because of the sheer, well, just the sheer number of call contracts open on it right now. So if like the in the money OI that expires today is exercised or rolled forward, then Bobby could continue to surge next week regardless of SLD and everything else. Yeah, still bullish on Revlon. Same dickheads, different stock, right? September 16th, sorry. Yeah. Head and shoulders forming on Bobby. A little bit. We'll see. It could also break up. There's like a wedge that formed there. So if this and it's already almost above. But yeah, if this breaks like 1275 with some volume, it could continue pushing up. So an entry on Bobby is now risky. A little bit. The live stream is like listening to a snarky version baseball game coverage on the radio. BBBY Grand Slam. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Moon Man. You really are helping people learn how they can grow their wealth, so I appreciate you. Thanks, man. Rev Jan 23, 35C, 0.95, still too high. Yeah, I'm still waiting. It's getting there. Almost. Volume's dropping. Yeah. Come on. Revs at 660. Bobby doesn't give a fuck. You explain fading the top, please. Just shorting the top of a like breakout. FTD numbers on Monday. Yes. Are we getting the 1269 song today? I think so. I think 1269 might make Bobby pop a little more too. We should just see like throughout the day, because Bobby's utilization is so high, we should just see all of the dark pool dumps. Unless they're already covering it now. I like that we broke this. See if it holds. 13's about to go in the money. Fuck. 13 and 14 look kind of like the top, like the potential top for this. This run really caught me off guard. My CCs, I'm financially ruined. What? How are you financially ruined on covered calls? That doesn't even make sense. Chances of Revlon to sub $5 next week. I mean, that's my price target on the low end. I don't know if it can fall that low, but I'll just buy whatever the low point is, probably by like Tuesday. If cover calls are a week out, but in the money, will they get exercised? Not necessarily. They could be exercised, but they may not be. Cost base is way higher than cover calls sold. Yeah, I suppose that's possible. I don't know if that financially ruins you though, right? You can just buy the shares right back. I should really buy some. Oh, they're so pricey. I really don't want to buy them. Is picking up on them a little bit though. 24, 45s. 0.5 Vega. It's 1269.
Hey, you little stock investor, you.
Because then max out my margin buying the Bobby shares. Ruined? Ruined, I say. Oh.
I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, 'cause I feel so good inside.
Did you sell above your cost basis? Or below your cost basis? Why would you sell covered calls below your cost basis on a stock you bought with margin? Oh, did I play the wrong song? Oh no, I did. I wasn't even looking. Close enough. It works, whatever, right?
You know what time it is? It's that special time of day when the babes begin to hibernate and the DJs come.
No, Head and Shoulders broke up.
You think your clock is broken? Rest assured it's working just fine. Grab your jars and a gallon of brine, because it's 12:69.
Buy some zero DTEs on Bobby. Why? So I can get rug pulled? I don't think so. If they internalize the sellers on Bobby all day and dump the price, they've been doing that for 3 days in a row now. Jan 20, $80 calls, big volume. I just want some so I can watch IV. Put a volume on the SPY too. Here's a question I never heard asked. What is? Time to bail on spy puts? Soon, not yet. Once again, I've sold my Bobby calls way too early. Looks like 13.25, 24.25 resistance you mentioned is spot on. We'll see. We broke up a little bit above it just now, like on the volatility. This candle touched like 13.28, so see if volume starts declining. Right now it looks good. Jimmy 42? No. At least not yet. What do you say to yourself after selling Bobby 819 9C for 176, bought at 135? They're now 4 to make yourself feel better. I mean, you took profits, right? Profits are profits. There's always another opportunity. What is the options data for Bobby? What options data? Like, what do you want to know? We're above Gamma Max, or at least wherever Gamma Max was this morning. Any thoughts on wheat? I'm still bullish on it. I mean, I have Jan leaps. I might even roll them forward. I think we've been using massive amount of like grain reserves over the last 2 quarters. I think the summer like harvests are going to come in below expectations due to the and then that plus like the short supply of fertilizer is going to seriously impact food prices into the end of this year and going into next. The real question is JFresh bullish on Bobby? I think so. I think he's long Bobby. These people in the chat want to bail on spy puts are the epitome of buy high, sell low. People never learn. The bullishness on the SPY right now is screaming sell. Or it's not. Right? I mean, I agree. I'm in the contrarian trade, but we'll see. It doesn't mean just because they're bullish doesn't mean you're right, right? That's short summary of what happened today. I mean, I think we're just seeing the carryover from T+2. It's a little more than I expected, but that's because there's a shitload of like 0 DTE FOMO. I think obviously the 0 DTEs are very likely to sell off, right? The chances of those profits getting rolled is questionable. They definitely won't be rolled at like 100%, right? Nice. Just Greek neutrals. That's some $26 CCs for 9.2 on Bobby. Wake me up when we squeeze, or Bobby goes under $9. There's huge OI. 60% of the calls at $10 are leaps. I know. It's not 60% right now because there's so many $10 1 and 0 DTs bought yesterday and today. But it's still a huge amount. Thoughts on the investors of Rev looking for representation from the judge? They're trying to form a committee to ensure that if there is liquidation, that shareholders will still see value. How wide of a stop for something like this on Bobby? I mean, Bobby's pretty liquid. It doesn't gap a lot. But I mean, you also have to be afraid of like actual short ladder attacks, right? We're not seeing them, but we could if it starts to get really out of control. So, you know, it's volatile. You're going to want wider stops. Or at least like you want a wider limit on your stop, right? When do you think $80 Jan Bobby calls would start to print? I mean, I just bought some like 5 minutes ago and they're up 6%. You mean like when would they go in the money? Maybe OPEX. We'll see. I think OPEX is going to be pretty interesting. Short ladder attacks are dumb when you're trading 1 million volume a day. But when you're trading, you know, 40 million volume, it's a totally different story. So like a short ladder attack is a large volumetric short push. Like hard. Designed to trigger stops, which then cause another hard push down, where you then short again really hard. But like people complain about short ladder attacks on GME when GME is trading like sub 1 million volume, and that's just not like a thing. Like there's no stop loss hunting on a stock that's trading flat. It's like we used to get short ladder attacks on GME back when it used to have huge amounts of volume, but not recently. Like we don't really see them anymore on GME. There's also no stop losses on GME. Do you think we hit 100 million volume on Bobby? There's only 2.5 hours left. Probably not. We're expecting big downs on GME. Not big, but I could see us moving down a bit into the end of the day. There's both stocks have a lot of 0 DTs purchased on them right now. And neither have really suffered any kind of intense drop to shed those 0 DTs. So the 0 DTs are kind of holding on, right? If we see a drop like back to VWAP on either one of these, we will see a massive amount of long side call capitulation. Because it's very easy to shake 0 DTE contracts. Good call, like right now. I mean, the price stabilizing definitely doesn't help. Staring at charts, loaded on caffeine, no idea what's going on. The question is when here what really matters is when we get that sell-off, right? Which is inevitable because the contracts are expiring at the end of the day. When we get that sell-off, do people take those profits and then move them forward? If they do, depending on what ratio, you know, if 100% of the profits are rolled forward, obviously that's fantastic. That won't happen. But you know, if the ratio of profits rolled forward is very high, then that improves the outlook for next week. Think about selling GME 37 cc's for next week. If you sell GME 37 cc's today, you'll probably just get assigned on them. I've been holding August 18s since April. They were down 99%, now only down 60. After all this time, so close to being in the money, but that expiration is going to miss OPEX action. Yeah. That's why I rolled my August 19s forward, right? Back at the like shareholder meeting was because it wasn't going to like I bought them for like May OPEX, like May and June, and nothing happened. And then so I moved everything out to leaps. I must have misheard you, but I thought you just said Jan 2023 80s going in the money on OPEX. That's not happening. No, I said print. They could go in the money. A lot of obligations being built up, BMG. The chance of the market maker is pricing in a 25% chance of them going in the money before January. So, I mean, it's a lot better than 0. Don't jack the pores like that. I mean, they're still fairly delta. They're not super delta sensitive, right? And Vega on them's moved up a lot, so they're still sensitive to IV. Even if like BPY moved up to $25, like they would go up significantly, right? What's the biggest psychological element whilst trading a beginner must be aware of in order to not get in a trap or get bankrupt? I would say don't carry your losses. Like learn to cut your risk. Don't like and simply put, don't lose money. Don't let yourself lose money. Don't carry losing positions, hoping for like a turnaround. Scalping ES today has been futile. Just cannot buy any substantive downticks. Relentless upwards drift. Yeah, I could see that being really annoying. When you say OPEX on Bobby, do you mean next week or next month? It's the next OPEX is it's August 19th. You need to see Cohen's tweet about Bobby. What do you say? What September Veru leaps would you buy if expecting EUA? So September calls are not leaps. Subway Cup. If you want to buy leaps, those are in December or January, depending on the stock. Fuck me, I didn't see the delta on those. OPEX is looking spicier now. Hopefully those hedge funds hit suplex Bobby hard next week, so I can buy those contracts back for cheap. What's looking exciting, which is something we haven't seen in a long time on GME, is the August 19th expiration is loaded to the tits. Yeah. It's pretty bullish. It's just got to hold, and the FOMO has to persist. That's it. I don't give a fuck what happens to the contract after I sell it. It's something you've said that I've always strived for. It's hard. It's the hardest. It's one of the hardest things to learn is to cut your losses. And the second hardest thing is to take profits. I think the third is to have a plan, one way or another. Like, this is the amount of risk I will accept. You know, this is where my exit is. Or at least this is where I set stops and follow the trend. SST back on the menu? I don't care. Good luck to that guy with the leaps, though. Awesome, Celtic Maya. SPX just gonna edge 4250 all day, then rug pull into close. Maybe. It's SPY's bumping up a little bit right now. If Bobby had a double top on the 4-hour, would you measure the second top relative to the body or the wick of the candle from 8-8? And if you're trying to determine the top, like, you'd measure it from the wick. If you're just trying to figure out, like, the range of the double top. The Bobby has a higher peak on this run than it did on the previous one. And definitely more volumetrically more. So not only should the body be higher, but the wick should be too. Because the other top was in after hours, right? Thoughts on exercising BBBY $5 and $10 calls now, or wait until next week? I probably won't exercise them till much later. My head hurts for covering my cost basis on Bobby when I was up 100% a couple weeks ago. Just because GME may not have an OPEX doesn't mean other stocks won't. What would you get out of your 37.50 GME puts? I mean, those are a swing trade, so I'm okay with the losses on them. I expect to hold them till a certain date, not a certain amount of loss. There's different rules for swing trading and day trading. But if I thought there was a serious divergence from what I expect, then I would cut them. The more money you have, the more risk you can take too, which helps. Any sense in selling stock at this level and repurchase at a lower price if you don't have access to options? I mean, I would have said yes a little while back when it peaked, but now it's questionable. It could stabilize in this lower range, like above VWAP. So I mean, you'd be selling shares, I guess. Yeah, it could still drop 50 cents. So there's potential for profit to be made. But you haven't timed the exit well if you're asking that question now. So yes, for the last 3 hours, RSI has been between 52 and 68. Never weak, yet never overbought. It's annoying, I know. Sorry, I'm at Veru, V-Leaps, calls, 25, 26, 30. The fuck? Dude, you expect the stock to double in value from news that's already expected? What's Veru trading at? Did it, like, fucking rocket up or something? I know I have it over here somewhere. It's at $18. I think the idea of it getting the EUA is already kind of, well, mostly priced in, right? My covered calls are feeling perfect. August 19th, end of chain for 0.13, same like November 510. I wouldn't buy those at all. I wouldn't buy shit for August 19th. Not long. When did this price action make it no pecs on Bobby? I thought positive delta is bad. Positive delta may be bad. I don't fully like that's JFresh's theory that like positive delta leads to no OPEX, but I don't think that's true. We've had a few OPEX runs like, and the data he's basing that on only goes back to the beginning of this year. Like November, for example, GME had very positive delta going into OPEX, and we still ran. Like, it's not great for OPEX to have positive delta, but it doesn't mean there's no OPEX. Nice, man. Sorry to hear about the emergency with your family, but good job bouncing back. I'm not exercising anything yet. Can a mod link the RC to it? I'll link it. He just responded to like Loop Capital saying Bed Bath and Beyond comeback doesn't make fundamental sense or something. With at least it's like a picture of a lady pushing a cart out of Bed Bath and Beyond, and he just like responded, at least her cart is full. If you want to get a giggle, check out Rev Chart on normal candles. I have. It's I think the SPY breaks 425. I don't know. If it does, we'll get another surge of like positive price action on it. The more positive delta, the less spicy OPEX. Yeah, I think that's more accurate. I mean, generally, if I've entered a swing trade, I have a plan, right? So, you know, I'm looking to a specific time period for the price action I want to be realized. If it's not, you know, whatever the price is, that's the risk I'm willing to take, unless it deviates drastically from what I'm planning. So, you know, like I think GME is going to go down next week into like the $36 to $34 range, right? And you know, it's only moved up $1 since I made that plan. So no, this doesn't, you know, make me afraid for my position. Even though my position is underwater, I'm not really concerned about, you know, $1 upside move. You think we've seen the peak on GME today? We might have seen the peak on both of them for today. There's a lot of delta to hedge on Bobby, so it's hard to say. This is generally a point in the cycle where they generate some liquidity, right? What was the OPEC cycle DD name you mentioned yesterday? It was like a note on Dooms. Are you talking about that one, like the one with like how to count the FTDs? It could start into the end of next week, Alexander, as we approach the expiration. Depending on the amount of risk they want to carry over, but yeah, I mean, OPEC, they can start hedging early. There's no volatility at all. It's just slowly floating upwards. Yep. Is Revlon dead? I don't think so. It's just not the same kind of play. You gotta be patient with it. If you're not willing to, I mean, I've been in the play for like a week and I've made 50 grand off of it so far. I'm more than willing to wait longer. If you're trying to buy short dated shit on it or like time a run, you're probably gonna fail. Dormant volcano. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Looking for 424.95 double top on the SPY. 424.95 double top on the SPY. It's getting close. This upward consolidation is very bearish. Like this, like kind of like that we're seeing here. Especially because volume's continuing to decrease. So I think so. I think we're gonna get a second, maybe a second test at 425.90, but maybe not. I'm putting too much effort into trying to understand the pure irrationality at this point. It might be. One second, I want to sell some more covered calls. More at 1250? Yeah, I could say sell some more. Sorry, I'm just trying to drop some more covered calls on BBBY. Well, low volume upward consolidation generally means that shorts, like sellers aren't moving in very hard, but buyers are running out of like liquidity, right? And so you're getting decreased volume while slowly moving up. And then when the sellers come in, they generally come in really hard and it causes a breakout to the downside. Very famously, I think there was a rising wedge, like a big rising wedge on, it was like the 1 hour that preceded the crash in 08. very similar to this. Like at the top of it, volume had almost reached like a standstill. Don't tickle the bear, Gurk. All right. You anticipate T+2 spiciness next week for Bobby? It depends on how much it drops between now and then. It's not that the SPY is trading like GME. It's just that, well, sort of, yeah. I get what you mean with the low liquidity. CMBS might actually be dying. Interesting. You just set the SPY channel on the Discord on literal fire. Oh, God. Yeah. I don't know if it'll have a really bad case of the Mondays, but it could have a case of the Mondays. I'm obviously not positioning for a market crash. Like, I have a lot of puts, but I more just expect the market to, like, drop, or, like, pull back to a level where it can find, you know, some buy-side liquidity again. How many buttons do you button on a 2-button jacket? 1 or none? Here it goes. My Cosmos is 480 on Bobby. Would now be a good time to do a credit spread? I've never done a credit spread before. Like a bull credit spread? I mean, you could. Ooh, 425. Higher high. Here come the fucking bulls again. Jesus. Or, hold on. No. Just unexciting? Really? I would have hoped this would have been way more epic. Put AMC on the chart real quick. That's funny. What a piece of shit. Maybe all the bag holders are out now and buying Bobby. Imagine buying AMC at $40. You know, people did that. People bought at 72. People did that on the way down. I know. I know they did. I'm still up 104% on my one share of AMC. Yeah, I sold mine at a nice profit the other day. The 30 shares I had left in the Cash App account, they're gone. No. It was time. I wasn't gonna have shares of that shit fucking whatever it's called, ape fucking sent to me. Ugh. Can I DRS my ape coins? I made about 150K on the run to 72 with AMC. Stupidly, about 25K more at $50. Averaged down between 30 and 40 and got out for even money on the 25K. Jesus. Oh, I bought when the brokerages started going down, I bought AMC at like $4 on Cash App while I was taking a shit. And I was like, I wonder what'll happen to this. And they wouldn't let me transfer more than like $250 in. I think there was like a limit of how much money I could spend. So I was like, well, I'll buy some here, right? That's because that's all I was doing at the time, was just like going around my different brokerages, and whatever was open, I would just buy some shit. About GME at 325 on the way up, so I have no room to talk. I'm sorry, Matt. Nice dumpster fire. Jamie at 270 the first time. Jesus. I'm sorry, Super Hot Kitty. I spent 56K at 288. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, the FOMO was insane. Imagine if Bobby rips and people are buying it at like $100. Then you guys will get to laugh at them, right? I spent 50, DRSers are upset about the shares with brokers being IOUs. Wait until they find out that their account balance is really just an IOU and the bank is loaning out their money. Oh, don't tell them. They think it's just all there in the vault. To be fair, though, you know, cash in your bank is far better insured than money in a brokerage account. I full ported on Jimmy in after hours at 5:13. Jesus Christ. I'm assuming that you never sold at those prices. What's your cost basis now, Velvet? Why do you think BBY is running today? It's just T+2 action and shitloads of FOMO. There's so many 0 DTEs bought today. My money isn't in the vaults. Just so you guys know, if Bobby hits 100, I won't really be in at that point. You know, I made a similar mistake in January. Jimmy hit 100 and I sold like half of my shares, or my well, half the shares that I bought at 40, and then I sold 60% of the calls I had open. If I'd held on to them, fuck. Haha, idiot. Yeah. Don't be afraid to take profits. Yeah, but I mean, it just kept going up, right? Like it didn't stop going up. Paper hand? Dude, I have more shares of GameStop than you'll ever see in your life. None of them are DRS. Get fucked. I did that to Turd's recent play, 100% instead of 700%. The bio stock. Didn't Portnoy sell it like earnings? Or did he sell it like right before the run started? He sold in Fab? Volume on SPY is so low. I know. Second test of 425. But the volume keeps like dropping as it climbs, and then it breaks the next resistance, and then volume comes back in again, and it climbs up again, and it just keeps doing this over and over and over, which is the most annoying shit in the world. Turd's recent play, I forgot the name of it. Turd didn't play it, but he told everyone about it. Turd bought Revlon weeklies instead. Remember when the SEC passed a new rule to help members buy and sell without affecting the price of the stock? At what point do you sell your SPY puts, or is it a time thing, like 15 DTE? I'm waiting for next week. I might actually average down a little bit here. I should just get some 420s. Nope, that's not the right date. How do you feel about UVXY into next week? It's pretty cheap, right? Yeah, it's not terrible. Hmm. Yeah, fuck it, I'll buy some. Actually, I don't mind that price. Still doesn't look bullish at all. Let me check the SPX. How much of this 425 falls off today? Negative 15 billion. 436, 410. What price? 423, 144. Interesting. I think SPX just flipped gamma negative. Net negative gamma. Hold on. Oh, that's when the volume died off. Yields are still up. They never fell back down. Hold on 1 second. See something here. This 1 8 25.90 25.59. The gamma flip happened right here. Which is like right when the volume died off. And the downside is 410. That doesn't mean it's gonna fall, right? It just means that for the SPX, the MM is like net long delta. So Fed has canceled QT. Spite of 469 end of day. The Fed needs to catch up on their QT. Airbnb puts for SLD next week. Is it really affected that much by SLD? Theta's affected by weekends, but not at the same rate that it's affected by trading days. If we see crash like 08, what levels do you see UVXY reaching? I mean, it'll just rocket up. I have no idea. Is there a better way to profit from a crash? I mean, SPY puts are pretty fucking good. SPXS. Maybe I should get some of that too at the money. I don't like this fucking shit at all. SPXS options. September? September 19. Yeah. Will there be any justification for a crash at this point after all the good news? I mean, institutions just have to sell, right? That's all you need to trigger one. You grabbing GME calls end of next week? Yeah. You think I'll be assigned 812 GME 40 CCs? Would you buy them back or leave them alone? You could wait to buy them back. Like the current trend isn't super bullish. I'd be worried about another rally into end of day though. Like if I saw this break 41.23, I'd probably get them back. They're $40 covered calls. I mean, even at these prices, like if it just stabilizes in this range into close, you're gonna probably get assigned. Or at least the assumption should be that you'll get assigned. I got assigned last week on 40.02. I got assigned last week at $40.02 on 40s. Ouch. No, I didn't buy GME calls. Zero DT SPX out the money. What do? I faded the wrong peak on Bobby. Thanks for letting me close your $11 cover calls. I mean, I just moved them up to $12.50. I'll probably still get assigned on some of them today, but I'm okay with that. We're entering a new Bobby position for OPEX. What would be a realistic low we could see next week based on the current price action? I'd probably target like the slightly above $10 range, like high $10 or $11 range. It depends. I think we're gonna blow out like another round of zero DTEs though right now. If this touches 13 again, and it's really close. Did they just run him out to shill each time? I think so. Hold on 826, 5150 CCs. Why did you sell covered calls into OPEX? I mean, I probably wouldn't hold those after next week. Thoughts on 885p August 26th? Or you think Tesla still has legs? And waiting for Monday would be a better option. Waiting for Monday might be better, but Tesla usually gets hit hard during SLD because of the QQQ sell-off. $55 million volume on Bobby today. Couldn't some of this be shorts capitulating and exiting? Yeah, absolutely. SPX calls are more profitable than SPY puts, but the trade-off is more risk. It's not just more risk, right? Like there's more to it than that. You need the SPY to move very rapidly. Like you need a large move on the SPY for it to be very, very worthwhile. Partially because of that decaying effect. And then when you're buying options on it, it's decaying doubly so. Does FTD data come out a certain time on Monday? No. I don't think there's like a specific release time for it. Who the fuck is buying this shit? Good question. People with long positions trapped at 425. The way the market's been acting, SLD will push this buyback to 480. I feel like BBBY is going to get rugged. Well, it's going to rug itself, right? I finally sold my original AMC long position, purchased at $4. Nice, man. I'm excited for the day we all know what we're going to get rugged by. Rugged, but then magically we just don't. That'd be cool. SQQQ, a good play into SLD? Yeah, it's a solid one too. I like the SPY, like playing inverse the SPY for SLD specifically because it covers more sectors. And so, it's a little more affected by the sell-offs than like the QQQ or Dow. I'm getting destroyed by Rev, but I'm hanging in there with you, Gurk. $9 cost basis. Yeah, same here. I mean, I'm going to average down soon. I'm just waiting, right? I mean, there has to come a point when you just accept that everything can only just go up. I'm just not at that point yet. Odd SPY runs to 430 SLD week. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bit more of a run on Monday. 919 SQQQ 100Cs. What? The market would have to like fully crash. Even then, I don't think 100C would. Yeah. No. Make it stop, Pickle. No, I haven't looked at that. MCL. Not even as an IV play. I mean, you need a full-on market crash. Otherwise, it's just not worth it. When Bobby Moon? Good question. It's looking good. Can you guesstimate how much gamma exposure Bobby will have on Monday? More than it had this morning? No, there's no way, because you don't know how much OI was opened and held open through today until Monday morning. There's no like data point for that yet. Thanks, John Timberlake Chris. Congratulations, man. At what point would you exercise BBBY leaps? Probably around $20. Like over 75% return. Are you talking about, do you have like $5 leaps? What price? It depends what price your leaps are at. I'd start exercising $5 leaps at around 20. Do you know the late 90s Revlon hit 500? Yeah, I think it peaked at like 583 or something like that. I don't know, Friday Coffee Tax. I enjoy doing it. Sometimes I get a little burnt out, but then it goes away. Once you sell your $5 leaps, yeah, I'd roll them. Well, you roll them in, and then you exercise them. So you would take like your, say we run for OPEX, right? Like we just fucking rocket up to like $30 or something like that. This is just an example. I'm not saying this is gonna happen. But say it does. Hypothetical, if you will. And you have $5 leaps. You would you would sell these. You would buy like August 26th $5 calls with the profits and then exercise. What strikes your GME cover calls for next week? I moved up the 40s to 41.25. So I have 41.25, 42.50, 45, and 50. Because you capture the extrinsic value, like your theta value. And you keep more of the implied volatility value. Yeah, I still think Tesla can test 900 again this week. I think it's gonna. That's why I sold my puts earlier. I'm gonna re-enter after it tests 900. Which may be today, maybe Monday, but we'll see. Are people diamond handing their 0 DTEs? They tend to do that. Would OPEX for September be the 16th or the 23rd? It's the following week. So September OPEX is the 19th, 20th, and 21st, I believe. Like, that's the settlement. The expiration is on the 16th. I can't sleep at night without some options exposure. I mean, you could buy a little bit of exposure. Or just be patient and try to get like an entry today so you have at least something on the table, I guess. What do you think about 750 calls? Jan Rev. Thanks. They're fine, I guess. Rev seems pretty clear cut to me. It's either gonna move a lot and IV's gonna spike like crazy, or it's not, and it's just gonna die a slow death. So, given that, like, I don't really see a lot of reason to hold positions that aren't just like out of the money leaps, but to each their own. Yeah, puts on Rev are worth a lot. Selling them's not bad. In case of a big run on Bobby, is selling CCs better than selling shares at the top, or a mix of both? You could do both. I mean, do you want to keep... I mean, the question is, like, if it does run, right? Like a big run, do you want to keep your shares? If you want to keep your shares, then selling, like, in the money covered calls at the top is best. But if you don't give a shit, then it doesn't matter. I swear Rev is much lower than when I bought Jan 35s, but those calls are still up like 40%. Yeah, it's because IV's still really high. Mr. Gorg, I'm not having fun anymore. Wait, don't you have like a bunch of Bobby? I was planning to position Tuesday, Wednesday next week, but there's minimal downs next week. I'm thinking of just getting more time, like October, November instead. Okay plan? That's not the worst plan I've heard. I mean, I don't understand why you want to carry contracts for that long of a period of time. Like, because you could just be underwater on them for a long time, right? Unless you're planning on closing them in the event of minimal price action. Spy is wrecking me. It's fucking me too. A little bit. I have one $40 call on GME. If I get assigned, is it usually at market close? You'll know by like Saturday. Peloton doing big ups. Cool. Visa put's still on the table. Yeah, but I'm gonna wait. I'm probably gonna wait for next week on them. I already hit my target on the previous set of puts, but I'll probably re-enter. I'm kind of short exposed a lot of places right now, so I don't know if I want any more. Maybe. I gotta think about Visa. I'm not sure yet. I wonder if I should ditch my Costco though. Hmm. I've got till October. I'm just worried it's gonna take another big hit again. Hey, look at it go. What the fuck is the spy doing? Looks like the spy found a few more bulls. Can't decide if I should buy calls for Bobby for next week or September. More theta is better, always. But I feel like this thing will run its course by the end of next week or it will fizzle out. You think it's gonna fizzle out before OPEX? I don't know if I agree with that. If it's a spy bull trap, it's a huge fucking bull trap. Yeah, the volume still sucks, I know. $428? 33? 427, 39. Interesting. There's a lot of fucking resistance at this level. You know what's weirder? You know what's weird? From May 24th, like look at this. So if we look at like the volume from May 24th right here to the peak of like before June SLD. Or like well June 9th right here. We traded more fucking volume on this. What is it? 6.77% move than we have on like almost this entire fucking run. And this is 912 basis points. They rug pull it. It better be fucking epic. Spy's broken. VIX calls under 20 just can't last. You'd think. What's up, FBI? What's the best 3x VIX tracker? Good question. What's is it VVIX? No. There's VIXM. I forget what the 3x one is. I know UVXY is like it's 1.5 or 2x. UVXY is the biggest one. There's VXX, there's VIXY. I guess if you want more leverage, you could do like VIX, like minis or micros. You're not gonna roll your Bobby calls right now? I mean, they're only 7 cents in the money. So no. And I only have 10 sold at 12.50. I sold the rest at 13 and 15. No, I don't know what that is. I've never a flume? 5 weeks for the SPY to go under 400. Yeah, VXX has issues. Probably UVXY, or just the VIX directly. SPXX is the 3x SPY inverse. Yeah, but he's asking about the VIX, not the SPY. I don't use disposables because the coil material is of questionable quality, and they use nickel in them. I think SPY going to 433. Calling halt up on VRM. Next Reddit stock to explode. Noted. It's already up 11% today. Tesla reposition? Not yet. What? Carl's Tesla puts make me sad. I think he closed them to reposition. Although I'm not sure. He might have held them. Pretty boring day. Just annoying. Like an annoying day. It wasn't super boring. Like BBBY was fun. Spy is really fucking irritating. Vroom equals Carvana. Oh, I made a bunch of money on Carvana this week. It's like Carvana, but not as good. Is this May 19th, 2008? February 27th, 2007. Did I get that day right? Oh shit, I did. I hope the market just crashes on Monday at this point. Is there a song for that? No, I'm gonna turn the stream off. No, I'm kidding. I'll hang out with you guys. Fuck Carl's song. Oil prices are gonna go back up this next quarter. How much SLD downs can we predict for next week? I don't know, but the SPY generally doesn't miss a lot of gaps. And it's got an absolutely fucking massive one down at 380. Actually, there's one even lower at 362. The question is when. A range in which no trading occurred. Just save some you fools on some gas money so they could post a lower CPI. Yeah. Is this one of the biggest bear market rallies ever? I don't know about that. I know before 08, there was like a bear rally that I think it peaked almost as high as this one. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. I could probably show you guys. So this is, oh wait, crash. And there was this rally like right here. That's really similar to this one. If you look, like the volume dropped into the peak. It's called a bear rally because it's a rally in a bear market. How long did the bear rally last? It lasted a while. From March till end of May. It was like 64 days. Our current rally has now extended for 56 days. No, it's not 08. I'm aware of the difference in macroeconomic factors. It's a fun data point, but it's meaningless. Everyone's hedged for a crash. Can it even crash? Do you think people are still holding 0 DTs at this time, or is the sell-off over? They're definitely still holding 0 DTEs. What's the CNIS prediction for today? I don't know. I don't think today has a lot of FTDs on either stock. I know BBBY has a few, but not much. GME's is pretty low. Jimmy on F-Man, Bobby on JJo? No, they're both on F-Man, or they were. Or well, like not their options expirations, but the periods in which they run, which has more to do with the ETFs than the underlying stock. I'm glad I waited in those Tesla puts. I mean, I closed them earlier at a slight profit, and I'm just gonna reposition when I think the trend to the upside's broken. I may get a couple before tonight, though. I have $10, $8.19 cover call on Bobby that I sold for $5 a contract. I don't mind getting assigned. When is the soonest you think this will get exercised, in your opinion? You'll probably get exercise today. I wouldn't be surprised. You might not get exercise till next week, but today you have a pretty good shot. SPY definitely gonna sell off into end of day, right? Right. We'll see. The current trend on the SPY is not super bearish. I mean, so it broke down into like a bull flag, which then broke up and then failed to test higher. So this isn't that bullish, but it's stable, right? So it can really move either way. Like it's just right at resistance. Now it looks like some volume's coming in, so it can just keep moving up. A pickle song for power hour, sure. It could go down. If only I could. Are you allergic to any fruit? Any food? Fruit. I'm allergic to fruit. Not citrus fruit, but all the other ones. Like hives? Yeah. Yeah, plums, peaches, apples, pears are all really, really bad. Like stone fruits and whatever the fuck family apples are in. I can eat pineapple. I'm actually not allergic to it. I can eat melons too. The dog keeps pooing in the middle of our garden path. He then runs through the poo and tracks it into the house. Ew. See, for me, like, that would just be the end of my relationship with that pet. Like, the first time it happened. People are so forgiving and nice to the animals they own. I'd be like, you need to live somewhere else. Bobby retest 13. Yeah, it's moving up again. Calls on SWBI. I don't know what that is. It's calamari cock ring, formerly known as rug pullopotamus. I wanted to let you know I'm taking off work today, so no spy pulls. You're welcome, guys. Love ya. Mwah. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Oh god, please don't send me edible arrangements. How does that company stay in fucking business? Like day old fruit it's just been like chopped and left out. And then Smith and Wesson. Oh. Yeah, I'm not buying calls on that. Are you a sociopath? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm having my pineapple futures delivered to your P.O. box. Shit. Bobby says send it. What's a lower high? That's exactly what a sociopath would answer. I'm not a sociopath. I have feelings for things. Just not like dogs. You make Rev go up next week. I'm off work and I'd like to be happy. Fuck, I better roll out my position. I'm not allergic to pineapple. I just said that. Thanks for all the knowledge. You got it, Pickles Penny. Thanks, man. So you're saying 819 SPY 360 puts are in trouble? Yes. I don't think like being willing to cut ties with a dog that consistently tracks shit around your house is sociopathic. I'll send you an edible arrangement of calamari. Then a week later, I'll send you a photo of how I use them as cock rings. Hee hee, moi. You're on one today, aren't you? Are you allergic to durian? No. Well, I don't know. I think it smells like shit though. So I don't want to be around it. I don't think it matters if I'm allergic to it or not. It's just lazy? How's it lazy? Why would I spend my time training the dog? Yeah, it's like having a like if I wanted that I'd have a child. At least they can talk. Imagine going to your deathbed and being like, "Wow, I'm really glad I spent all those fucking hours teaching that dog not to shit in my house." What a great use of the time you have here. This is the last of my money. I figured I'd rather give it to you than give it to the boys at Fidelity. Rip in pieces. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. No one's allergic to Fruit Loops. They're made out of glass. Fuck yeah, Grandpa John. Congratulations, dude. Dude, I don't even want the friends I have for life. I definitely don't want to own a friend for their life. I'm gonna buy some spy calls to hedge? No. I already did that. It just bought me more puts. At what point would you roll September 16 spy puts to October after SLD? I met this one girl in high school who used to tell everyone she just met that she wanted to be a surgeon and practice. She took a shovel and cut both of her dog's heads off. We told her that was sociopathic behavior and she giggled. I slept with her though because she was hot. Well, at least she didn't try to take your head off with a shovel. Jesus Christ. BBBY CNS prediction for your old buddy here, CC ring. I want everything to go down except Bobby and Jimmy. I want Bobby and Jimmy to go down about 20 cents each. And then I want everything else to just crash. That would be ideal. Can you please draw the Bobby trend so we know when it breaks down? Sure. Close enough? Probably goes back a little. At the current price? Spicy herb ups, yeah. GME's falling back to VWAP. What's critical margin on Bobby? I can cut my cost basis on SPY 400s in half right now. Smart at this point, or try for a closer strike. That's up to you. SPY 400's riskier, right? It's a riskier strike. You need a pretty big drop for that to hit. Critical margin's always 5% higher than whatever the stock's trading at. I DM'd you the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath. I know the difference. Why? Are you just calling me a psychopath? That's fair. I sent you a screenshot of my portfolio. Nice. Gex expectations for Bobby. It'll depend on how many like weeklies are closed today, how much OI is opened. We won't know till Monday. No, you got that little tiny voice telling you things are wrong. You just ignore it. Spy up. Yay, one more irrational rally to the upside. Pickle song. Oh, yeah, Power Hour. One sec, I'll be right back.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
I found a Kit Kat in my cupboard. I don't know how old it is, but it's mine. It can't be that old, right? I didn't move in here that long ago. I think BB Boy is making an announcement at the end of the month, right? It tastes like a Kit Kat. And honestly, it's fresher than I would have expected it to be. You're probably eating my Kit Kat. It was wrapped in a red wrapper. I have a bag of green tea Kit Kats. They are amazing. Oh, it looks like the spy's going to like 429. Would it have been better refrigerated? I don't know. They get kind of soft, like the crispy part gets soft when you do that. That's on the massive put position on Bobby that opened today. Also, does this count as Tesla tapping 900? It's tapping on it. If we stay above 1250, what mean for next week? Why don't we see if we stay above 1250 first? What's causing the move up? No one knows. That's the best part. Yeah, I think it's got a little bit left in it. And interesting. Early SLD deposits. Well, they could start selling off assets next week for SLD deposits. It's not the actual deposit effect, right? It's the selling of assets in order to meet the deposits. I'd imagine there will be some, as shorts are currently deeply underwater. Are they expected to be very profitable when they do print? Yeah. That's called price discovery on the SPY. I would agree with you if there was volume backing up these moves. But there really isn't. Like, it moves up to a new level, a little bit of volume comes in, and then it almost dies right before the top. Vixen SPY spiked. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it did. Is this it? I was being sarcastic about the price discovery. This may be the most unnatural, like, period of index upward movement I've ever seen. So if Bobby closes below $10 end of day, can we expect T plus 2 closes above $10? Can we expect T plus 2 hedging next week? Some? I mean, you still need well, we're gonna lose a lot of calls. Which is what I think we're seeing now on this bigger drop off, is we're seeing a lot of weeklies sold off. If we fall below VWAP on BBBY like we did on GME, we're going to see some pretty serious downside. Just FTD washing? It might be. Isn't Rev on SSR? I think so. Yeah, it dropped more than 70 cents yesterday, right? JPM pushing to make both sides of their collar profitable? Maybe. I guess, I mean, if they have the money to do it. $20 million and 40p Bobby Leaps sold. Huh. Interesting. I'm pretty sure that's bullish. How much hedging do you think takes place live? I mean, some. Most of what you see in T plus 2 is making up for gamma imbalance, not really delta imbalance. The SPY is out irrationaling my solvency. I'm not there yet, but it's, yeah, a rough ride. Did you hedge the upside at all this week? What mean if Bobby closes above 12? I mean, it'll give us some hedging, but not like, there's not like a ton of calls at 11 and 12. There's some, but it's not crazy. The more important thing is that 10s are deeper in the money. There's a decent number of 11s, but I don't know how many of those are expiring today. 12s are okay. I mean, they've picked up a lot, but actually 11s are higher than 10s by a little bit. Yeah, 11s are 377,000 gamma, and 10s are 365. So both of those staying in the money is important. It's a good amount. The price action from OPEX is the week following next week. It's after the expiration of the options, the monthly options contracts. The problem is it's expiring today, right, Sumo? I'm talking about moving forward after today. If they sell those off, they're cash settled, right? There's no imbalance to cover. They can just drop the hedge that they currently have on them. If they're exercised, that's a different story. But they're very unlikely to be exercised. At least at 11 and 12. The deeper in the money calls, sure. Deplorable, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the
We should see some Revlon FTDs next week, and then I think OPEX is going to be interesting.
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I didn't hedge SPY upside. I sold BBYCCs, and they're acting as additional reach around on my liquidity. Nice. SPY pump in order to fund SLD next week? I mean, if they start selling assets off next week for SLD, they're definitely selling them at the, like, local top, right? I still don't know who Oprah's ex is. Dear Lord, sweet 8-pound, 8-ounce baby Jesus, I promise never to touch the SPY again. If we can please just have a market crash next week. That's asking for a lot. What dates would you buy calls on wheat? I have January's right now. I also have leaps on JJG, which is a more widely exposed grain index. It's exposed to the grain index, which is corn, soy, and hard wheat, and then wheat is soft wheat. BBBY 916 calls just bought volume 3.21 OI 66. Oh, okay. Do you think massive relief rally will continue this year because it's an election year and the president never wants to go into election year on a weak stock market? It's a midterm election year. There've definitely been presidential elections during bear markets. So what they want doesn't really matter. What strike do you have on Wii? 8, 9, and 10. Zero DTE puts will finally give up. There really aren't that many zero DTE puts on BBBY. Do you think we'll ever see GME at $25 or lower again? I don't know. 25? Technically, yeah, we could still see that range. But they'd have to run it really, really hard to get enough liquidity to drop it down that low. Hashtag buy hard, not soft. I made $12.50 on zero DTE puts today, BBBY. Nice. Which peak? The early one? I think after the 15th, there's like 2 million a day, Shane. RC tweeted like this morning, right? It was like way earlier today. Or did he tweet again? Any reason why BBBY ran today? I had shitloads of zero DTE call buying and T+2 exposure because it closed above $10 on Wednesday. It's buyback to 420 and after hours because clown. I mean, that's why I bought Theta. So Turd did it. Yeah, it was all Turd's fault. He's been pumping the market too. I finally decided to hedge my SPY puts when we tapped 426. Interesting. Thanks. What do you expect for next week? Dumps. Dumps like a truck. What will I get next week? SPY all-time high. It's way more fun being a bear. You're not wrong. When did WeBull remove the community tab where all the newbies talked about their stock? I just noticed that it was gone. Oh, I have no idea. I only use WeBull Mobile when I'm selling the stupid fractional shares they gift me. Did you just quote Cisco of Thong Song fame? I did. Why is it more fun to be a bear? Because when you win, other people are sad. Spy is clapping my cheeks, Mr. Gorick. Clapping my cheeks. Not just people, pores with lottery tickets and dreams of the moon. Yeah. I just paid the top of the spy for $10, measly $10 profit. Who said I couldn't quit my job now? It's not the worst. Also, you know when gamblers are going to sell and the price is going to tank right into your puts. Sometimes. Sometimes you can't determine the sheer audacity of the gamblers, though. Or where they keep getting money from. Jimmy close under 40? 30 minutes? I don't know. I feel like this bounce is sustainable. One second. I'm gonna see if I have any other candy bars in my cupboard. Huh. See sugar packs? Same thing. Different flavor profile, though. You draw the Did you draw the line that Jimmy bounced on? Yeah. Can you draw it higher next time? No, I want it to go down so it's cheaper. Does the spy rally change that? If it persists. You expect dumps next week? Why hold the BBY calls you're up 300% on? Well, they're in the money leaps. Which I want to hold in case I want to exercise. Ooh. Volume. For the espresso accessories. Thank you so much, Lentil Burrito. I appreciate it, man. Use the Slice app in New York City. I tried it the other day. A large pizza that was going to be 18 in the restaurant would have been 32 plus tip. They jacked up the menu price plus various fees. No. But they do jack up the menu prices online. Usually pay about 20% more to order something through DoorDash than it costs at the restaurant. How crazy would T plus 2 be for Bobby if we close above 13? Pretty good. Close above 12's bullish, yeah. Vague timeline for Rev FTDs next week. Yeah, the 15th, 16th, and 17th all have pretty high FTDs. What is the kind of price action to make you want to ditch your leaps on Bobby? I don't know, I probably just want to exercise them. Or at least exercise some of them. How much will Theta eat into my 819 BBBY $14 covered calls by Monday open? I'm underwater a bit and I'm considering buying them back. $14 cover calls. A little bit. I mean, mostly you're underwater because of the IV. There isn't really a lot of short capitulation on the SPY, though. That's one of the reasons, like, I'm still bearish on it, because a lot of the volume coming in is still bearish. Like, it's bearish bets. I mean, they move up, but they're still bearish. Can make Bobby hit 27, Jimmy hit 55, and then Rev hit 25 for like the next 2 weeks. That would be great. Thanks. That'd be cool. If any one of those three happened, that would be awesome, actually. Held off on buying SPY puts. Wise or foolish to buy today before close? It's hard to say. I mean, SLD doesn't start till Wednesday, so the SPY could continue to move up for like 2 more days. Should be prepared for at least that eventuality. Does the contract price really factor into someone exercising a call? For example, who would exercise a 450 40C contract at the current trading price? A market maker? Yeah. I've had like out of the money calls exercised before. If there's like an arbitrage opportunity, you can absolutely just get like, you could be like $10 out of the money and get your call exercised. I mean, which is awesome, right? It doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, it's really cool. Plus 20% for Bobby is good, right? Yeah, absolutely. Possible dip Monday? Possibly. I don't know though. Yesterday Bobby did pretty well too. Like there wasn't any real relief. So I don't think Monday is gonna have that much downside. Unless they're all hedged up and, fucking massive amounts of weekly selling doesn't net any more call buying for next week. Oh, people have mentioned RC doubling down on Bobby a few times today. Can you explain how taxes work on cover calls that get exercised when you've held the stock for over a year? Yeah, it's long-term holdings. It's kind of hard not to sell Bobby when I'm up 20% on my shares. Fair. Yeah, I saw the off exchanges at 66% today. It's really high. So in a contract that has 19 OI and has 9,798 volume today, makes me feel strange. Which contract? Would the MM be pumping the SPY? It's not a single MM. Multiple market makers are making markets on the SPY. No. If you sell covered calls before a year on your stock, though, it turns into short-term capital gains. That's an unfortunate fact I learned last week. Only if it gets exercised. If you buy that call back, or like if you buy to close, or it expires worthless, you don't lose your holding period. Anyone else loading up on calls now in case RC or another big buyout is announced in after hours? I'm pretty much as loaded up on calls as I'm going to get on BBBY. Who cares about short-term capital gains? People. I don't know why. So my GME cost basis sucks. If we rip on OPEX, is it better to sell long-term shares at the top and rebuy later? Or just keep holding for the CC premium?
And it's up to you. You keep your long-term holdings though if you just sell CCs. Battle for 900 on Tesla is intense. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just doing what the SPY did all day, right? It's fucking grinding up against the upside resistance. $19.08 contract is a Jan 40p. Oh, for Bobby? This says 8,000 open interest. You're talking about GME. Nope, 1,700. Oh, the puts? This is 783. 5 volume. Maybe we have different data sets, maybe. Good chance we don't even see a dip before OPEX. It's possible. I don't know how true that'll be on GME, but it's definitely true. It's definitely possible for BBBY. Yeah, I saw it. I think a couple people have brought it up this week. Start by selling my 3 September 2nd 8Xs and then just rebuying new contracts and selling those at small profits and repeating. Lots of work, but overall safer. Sure. I mean, if it moves up overnight or something, though, and you don't have a position in place, you can get blown out. Like, you want to buy the stock and write contracts on it? That's really not the best way to maximize profitability on your capital. Do you set up a Cameo account? No. Isn't that for, like, washed up actors? That's why I'm holding all my Bobby Jan calls. I got in dirt cheap. I don't want to ruin that cost basis in case it does dip next week or another RC buy-in. How else do I get you to wish me a happy birthday? Happy birthday. With the market running like this, could SLD have a reverse impact and shorts are forced to capitulate to satisfy margin requirements? Possible. Although most of the short positions have been built in like the upper ranges of this run, right? So they're not super underwater. And why would they sell off like their leveraged bets and not just like sell off assets to get liquidity and put their leveraged bets in the money? What if RC announces a buy-in on the 19th? Wouldn't that have an impact on OPEX? Yeah, of course. It's really wishful thinking, but sure. Why wouldn't he have bought in at $5 if he was going to double down? A lot of Ryan copium going around right now. I see that. No worries, Sean. You're averaging down yet on those rev calls? Next week. My portfolio's intraday chart has a pentuple top. I have GME 819, 37, 50cc. Wish me luck. You're probably going to get assigned. Does WeBull still send you happy little motivational messages when you make money? I don't think so. Is that a thing they do? I got something like back in like August last year about like trade value or some shit. Like a single trade value. I got like a bunch of messages about that. Is that what you're talking about? They're like, oh, you made $5,000 on a trade. RC's kombucha tweets are hints at what? I didn't even read that. Everyone was saying RC's kombucha tweets were hints at computer share DRS. Okay, so hear me out. It was actually hinting at kombucha. He was actually saying he was low on tea, aka low T, confirming he's been watching this stream. But the low T joke is new, and those tweets were like months and months ago. IV for Rev, 916 $7 puts is like 280 right now, and premium of 2.5. Does it seem like a decent play? If I were looking to minimize risk while still playing the upside. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. How are your Amazon cover calls doing? I'm fucking not in the money. Or not out of the money, so I'm happy. Amazon would have to drop $30 over the next month for me to get assigned on them. I don't think it's gonna. That's really mean, Darth Dan. Still holding those spy puts over the weekend? Yeah, fuck this market. Spy dead next week? We'll see. Or all-time high. I don't know. Until I get bored with it, I guess. Bobby's doing it. It's doing a thing. It broke under the trend, and now it's going to close just above it. Or just under it? Let's make it exciting. We'll zoom in on it. We'll zoom in on everything into close. What's your next week low guesstimate for Revlon? I hope it hits 5. That's where I was looking to re-enter. Ooh. Would you lose money on Photo Plus? So did I just never tell my wife? What'd you do? When did you have spy puts for? I feel like it wouldn't make sense to add a spy hedge now, but maybe that's wrong. I moved up like 160 basis points today. It wouldn't have hurt to have hedged today. I honestly didn't think it would have this much upside. I kind of expected it to stop at 25, which really wouldn't have been worth it. Otherwise I would have hedged today too. Rare for SPY to run this hard on a Friday. I'd be crushing on Bobby while we're ripping. Oh, yeah, I see that. I went ahead and hedged the upside of the SPY for next week because who the fuck knows? Fair. We're expiring August 22nd. At around 390. Didn't it drop back down to 390 again, though, after that? Yeah. I guess if there was another exit, you missed it. August 22nd. Did you roll them up at all, or just out? This is amazing. I have no clue what I'm doing, but since joining your stream, all I've done is make money. Is it time to give you the "it's not me, it's you" speech? I don't know. It's a mixed bag in here today. Tesla is what I did. Yeah, but didn't you close earlier when it started moving up? I thought you were repositioning. You just left them open? You're so fucking greedy, Carl. Chill. I bought ribbon puts to play SLD. I thought, hey, I'm over leveraged in a bankrupt makeup company. Might as well buy puts on an EV company losing billions a quarter. Nice. It's one more 30 seconds of market left. Tesla PT for SLD? Like 850 is what I'd like to see. I just picked up some more puts. A couple. I'll buy more Monday, maybe. Ding ding. The day is done. All right. Let's start with GameStop. So, GameStop had a nice little midday run, mostly tracking with the upward move on the market. And then, weekly's kind of dumping out into the end of the day, but still closing up a little bit, 3% on the day. This is good going into next week, but not particularly good. Most of the $40 contracts were closed earlier in the week, and the ones that were left were largely weeklies. So those will probably be sold off into close. I highly doubt we're going to see a huge amount of those exercised. BBBY, straight up like all day. It slipped its trend a little bit here into close, but it recovered really nicely and closed at 1295, so up 21.83%. This has driven significantly more options into the money over the course of the day. Almost like 200,000 OI. This will be very significant unless they can get the price back below $10 by like close of market Monday. If they don't, Tuesday, whatever imbalance is created here will have to be hedged. And because so many of the BBBY calls are at like $5 and $6 and $7, we could actually see a pretty decent amount of exercising go on. So this is how you set up a gamma squeeze, right? Is these large amounts of OI going in the money, staying in the money, and then driving further price action that allows very deep in the money calls to be exercised very cheaply. Revlon dropping to 650, still not in the range where I want to average down, and it really recovered into the end of the day, back up to 656 and 666 in after hours. I'm still hoping that Monday and Tuesday we will see a lower low on this. We may not, in which case, I'll have to chase a little bit, but I'm really still aiming for like that $5 range. I could pick up some here in DCA, but I'd rather just either hit it or I don't. And lastly, the SPY, for no apparent reason and on constantly decreasing volume, managed to climb 167 basis points today, into a range where there's relatively very few bullish positions. 430 has a few, which we discussed yesterday. But this area between like 4250 and 4300, sorry, 4300 is pretty weak. And I haven't seen any built up today, but we'll see if more of this builds up going into Monday. Next week we have SLD, which begins on Wednesday and usually is met with some downside action in the market. Hopefully that will trigger some capitulation in this market that has been running so strongly for so many days now. That's about it. Members only stream Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you next week. Have a good one. And congratulations to everybody on BBBY today. It was a bitch to hold it, but now it's finally worth something. Half of what it was when most of us bought it, but still up. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Denny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Guineas.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.